I really want to spend most of my time talking about the future because that's what interests me. I live in the future. A reporter said to me the other day, "What are you most proud of?" I said, "I haven't done it yet." He said, "In this life?" Another big thing we need to do for the future is to link the movements. We somehow still see, we think somehow that the gay and lesbian movement is, even though it mysteriously came along at the same time as the women's movement, even though we were supposed to be stopped by being called lesbians, somehow it's a different movement. Or somehow the environmental movement is a different movement.
When somebody comes along and is born as a male but chooses to
deeply
perform as a female and to try to be the best version of something that they don't understand because they're choosing these things rather than having them thrust upon them. This is not something that they are relating to. They are putting it on as a costume.
Yeah, I think we agree on all of these parts of it. I think a lot of people, because the space is like mostly about prescriptions, they misunderstand what it was I was saying, and I try my best at the beginning to like describe it, and I might not have done it in a very like good way, but I am just trying to come at it in a very like autistic, pragmatic lens to just say like, this just happens to be what is communicated the majority of the time.
Between males and females in so-called private life. You cannot have a democracy without democratic families. You can't have a democracy without the female half of the country. And that's because our educational and intellectual life is divided in this gendered way. And that's why you need the Clemen Institute.
I don't think that the word is actually changing. I think that we're just better understanding what it is that's actually being communicated with the word. And that's why when LAV was asking me for prescriptions in our debate, I was saying I think the best thing is to actually like rigidly define these words and separate male and female so that we can be more accurate with them, so that something like a woman's bathroom isn't confusing, when if it's really just meant for females, well then it should be called a female's bathroom, and now it's no longer confusing, because that's obviously when they call it the WNBA, that W was not meant for this idea of womanhood. It was meant to communicate female, right? It was obviously meant to communicate female. And so,
well, it's not meant to communicate, like, it's meant to communicate woman, because woman has meant human female.
I always say,
like, female can mean anything. I have a male bird. They've never been able to show one single thing that is actually separate from the women.
I'm not sure it exists. I'd love to find it on some days, but I don't think it is. And I think we have a lesser but also troubling myth about people who say, where are the young feminists? As if they didn't exist. So let's remember that the polls show that young women are more likely to support feminist issues than older women are. I spend
with the word black, we're figuring out like that we lots of people have a disagreement on whether or not it communicates somebody who is from Africa, or whether or not it's like it is a conceptual black, right? And so now there's lots of arguments over like, well, no, if you're from Jamaica, you're not black. When we say black,
these are very niche arguments. Like what you were describing is like the idea. They are very
thank you.
Real quick, hold on.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad you could join me. Today, we're taking a good, solid look at a little comparative, at a little behavior, at a little idea, my friends, that essentially is the conversation of our time, right? It's been the conversation of the time, and it's driving everything. And I think of the words of Gloria Steinem that without both parties, we can't have democracy. So let's look at the language, then and now, here and now. And I think you know what time it is, my friends. It's time to look up.
And I just thought I would name a few because I'm so troubled by this constant idea. Now, part of the reason I don't believe it, that there are no where are the young feminists, is because it's frequently the same people who are saying that who were saying to me, feminism is hopeless, you can't do it, it's against nature, God, Freud, somebody.
They're not within pragmatic linguistics. They're not. These are this is the same thing as with the word woman, figuring out what is actually being communicated with the word rather than what people intend to communicate.
Yes, indeed. Blur, yes, indeed. Let me read this out loud. The sound, it's an old convo. Actually, things really don't seem to have changed in the past 3,000 years, and yes, this is the same concept, accepting that maybe now, in this time period, we have another set of laws that allows for these things to go down and make an equality by force in some way, shape, or form, or by the societal force of saying, hey, we expect to keep moving forward. And tech changes, but temperamental philosophies stay the same, Blur says, and I cannot agree more. There's always this push and pull over time, and we must recognize the similarities more than the differences. Accepting that there is some tech, some inclusion, some slow sense of change because of the topical inclusions, and because of the societal inclusions, and because because that's what we're seeing in reality. That's what we're seeing in the day, that these concepts, may actually be getting mired in language. And that's maybe one of these things that's stopping us from actually tackling the issues in the current day. But I don't think they ever will be. I think there's always going to be an evolution. Always. And that's what I'm going to share today. Hello, everybody. I'm aronmsound. I'm so glad you could be here. Welcome to the show known as Look Up, the remix, where this guy, interject himself into a conversation that nobody seems to want me included in. And thereby, hopefully, I take it somewhere that people don't expect it to go, and take it somewhere where maybe it'll expand itself and you can take something with you or not. Either way, hopefully I'm making you feel, think, and take another look at the situation. And today, Blur says he's more of a Tom Bombadil than a Gandalf. I'm gonna have to look up Tom Bombadil, because you just stumped me on that one. I'm normally obscure reference man, and that was good. That was really good, man. Good job. So anyways, I'm sorry, I got off topic right away, of course, but there's so much to share today, and what an interesting conversation, and what a interesting bit of history, by the way. I know a lot of people are kind of missing out on this history, and what's important about it, and there seems to be a good amount of revisionism happening, where maybe because of the age and a lot of this assumption that everybody knows everything because they've got some computer in their hand that they think tells them everything, when in actuality it's only feeding you what you're looking for. So, in that case, I like to offer these examples of what history has shown us, what has been proven, what has been dealt with, it's just something that I think is important that is missing from the conversation, missing from the mindset, missing from the perspective. And Blur asks, do I receive LAV as a guest or simply reviewing one of her interactions? You know, I did reach out to her. I'm always forward about that. Wow, maybe one of those guests that just went away. I don't know. The invitation was put out there. I actually should send her a direct invite, but if she is watching, the call-in is actually in the, because I'd love to hear her points of view on a lot of this stuff. I'd love to hear, honestly, I'm always open to sharing and having points of view shared with me. And particularly, Lab, I do have some kind of contact. She doesn't contact me back. I just hip her out to when I think there's things that I think she's interested in, but I don't blame her. I'm fairly much a stranger. I've had one direct interaction with her, which was quintessential to a lot of the little crux of the last couple of months. Very strangely enough, I found myself on a list of names on a screen in a Chud Logic episode, but that's totally another story. I did share that some time ago. Thankfully, even funnier, they didn't clip the most interesting portion of the entirety of the VC, which is when Lav said, live Lav, lie, and I said, cynically so, and to a whole group of people that were acting like children, dogpiling her, from my point of view. Brand new to the group too, so totally outside point of view, just walking in and being like, wow, I don't even know what's going on, and it really doesn't matter because the behaviors in here are just insufferable. Yeah, it was one of those scenarios where didn't know her from Adam, didn't know the scenario, didn't really care at that point, because I don't believe that anybody should be treated like that as an adult, much less by other people. And both of these people were in that VC. So much. So I actually did reach out to her. I have left a message. I've left the links. Be absolutely wonderful to hear from her. Yes, but that is not the case. I am simply reviewing as a comparative because I think that there's a lot of similarities, a lot of mirroring. Somebody's tap dancing behind me. Oh, it's one of the producers. To certain members of historical, let's say, debates and practices, and that'll come up. In any case, I do think that the modern day behaviors and languages are lacking the grace. I'll just say it. They're lacking the grace. Too busy looking at the minutia and not enough the big issues. And as my colleague, actually, Blur, pointed out the other day, of just having the temperament and that grace to extend the generalized understanding of saying, I may not get everything that you're saying, but I get most of what you're saying. And if there is a topic that we need to agree on, maybe a subject term, we can at least get within 60%. If you can agree on that much, that's compromise or cooperation. You can really have a conversation that goes somewhere. And people can really have their minds moved, changed, all kinds of things. Not that that's necessary, but included in their behaviors. And nobody ever walks away from a debate having their mind changed that moment. What happens is that gradation, small movements, small, little, tiny little squeezes of the wheel. And, it's very tiny actions that actually change the world. Because you add up those actions, those many fractions, and they become this pile that in the whole is massive. And it just takes time. Gotta have patience. Not everything is overnight. And I remember thinking when I was young, why can't we just change the world? Trust, I have tons of writing. Are you tap dancing back there? Where are you trying to go? Oh, he's trying to pull down the... I see. Okay. If the backdrop falls suddenly, that is the producer's will right there. That's what that would be. Anyways. Yes. So let's move forward. And first, I just wanted to share with you a little of, and we'll go back through this because I want you to hear her directly and see her directly. I'm going to share with you first the one and only Gloria Steinem, whose language, whose writing, whose political movement, whose ideology is steeped in the way that we look at feminism in the United States in the modern day. And she is the precursor to, and the creator, essentially, or one of them, amongst Miss Chisholm and so many others. There's a lot, including Betty Friedan. And most people have never heard of Betty Friedan. If you haven't heard of Betty Friedan, it's because you're not my age. I know Betty Friedan because I remember seeing her on TV all the time as a child. And it was very important. She was important because she was a normal, single mom of the time period. And she represented everything that the ERA stood for. But we'll get to her as well. One of the examples of the differences in the modern day revisionist sense of what feminism is and what the women who fought for it believed it was, well, I think there's a chasm there. And I think we should really take stock in the fact that we've lost a big element of the founding of this section of feminism to the point where it is rad fem. I'm one of those that doesn't support a lot of these terminologies now, and so I'm trying to redefine things maybe on my own, and I have the right to do so because language is jazz, friends, and it takes a broader understanding to be able to a comprehension, let's say a broader comprehension to be able to give leeway and grace to others to spit their jazz and to get the big picture. You may miss a word or two, but if you spend your time focusing in there, you're going to be looking myopically at one little tiny spot and not what the person is saying. That's what I challenge you to think about. That is a fact of life. So no matter how much you define something, and in fact, I would actually postulate that the more you define it, the less it means. And the reason I say that is because we often say that if you swamp an idea, or if you say a word a million times, spoon, 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 it may become a sound. Because they're just sounds that we associate culturally and sociologically. So, we need them, but they are indicators refined by colloquial interaction. Meaning, they're things we use to go, this! And we all generally know. But the truth is, we don't know. We just assume. So, the point is, in the modern day, my friends, I would say that there's a lot of lack of trust in what other people are saying. Mostly because I think most of the folks that I've been debating with don't actually know the meanings or the larger philosophies. They've read it, they're rote, but they don't know, don't have the wisdom to actually use the tool. They know what the tool is all about, they know how it's built, they know what it's made of. They could probably kind of use it, but look, archery takes a lifetime. Like most sciences, like most art. You get better and better the more you use that tool. So, more power to these folks. But the sense of humility that's involved with the recognition that some of these thoughts most of these thoughts, 100% of these thoughts, between all people, are non-original, and rather they are reflective of a revision, a reduction, and a regression, frankly, in my opinion. But you know what? This language is embedded in the history. So let's check it out. First, let's take a look at somebody we should never, ever, never take for granted. She really is the broader. The spirits do inhabit people. They do. And it is consistent over time. It is absolutely consistent over time. Lovely way of putting it. I love that stuff. You know I love the hoo-ha. Jung collective subconscious. Jesus Christ. Don't make me start pulling it out so I can give them examples. I try to keep it base for these for the audience so that at least at some point somebody will understand it. But yes, folks, go look that up. Because that is an excellent and a very educated platitude comparative. That is wonderful. I love that people are smart watching this because that's so good. I don't ever want to patronize anybody, but the truth is one must if one acts adolescently, and I love when people don't use the word patronize, but they say talk down or treat me like a child, because that's actually how they see it, because that's what they're experiencing. I've had this recently. And I said something very funny afterwards. I said, well, I hope you find the light in yourself at some point to go, oh, so it's enlightenment. Yeah, it is. Coming to a better sense of self. Coming to a new day where the things that are constructively criticizing you are not threats to your personality or being or id. Just simple. Because the outside world can often see us a little bit better than we can see ourselves. In fact, one of the most amazing things about pareidolia and perception from the first person is that our brains see something that others do not. Because our own perception of ourselves is very different. What does this have to do with everything today? It's the fact that we are having arguments that are just reflective of time and just a little more adjusted to the period's popular culture. Hey, dancing pinhead! Woo! Oh, and then he went into... Sorry. I have a viewer who really enjoys the dancing pinhead. or I'm sorry, he's like a hominid or something. I'm not sure what he is. I'm really truly not sure. Anyways, let me shrink down in the I'm down here. All right, cool. And where is she? She's up here. And let's get rid of all this fancy hoo-ha that makes her see-through. And come on, get up in there. Yeah, that's good. That's lovely. All right, Gloria. Let's look a little background of Gloria, because I think you, all of you, might enjoy seeing what it was like to see her at the time period that these conversations matter. And not just her, but her and her Republican counterpart of the time period. Yeah, you didn't know that she wasn't alone, right? All right, I'll let them speak for themselves, because that's what gentlemen do.
This is Lawrence Spivak inviting you to Meet the Press.
Meet the Press, America's press conference
now
of the year,
those
and winner of
motherfuckers
every
had
major
graphics.
award in its field, is a public affairs presentation of NBC News.
Our guests today are two members of the Policy Council of the National Women's Political Caucus. Gloria Steinem, who is the caucus spokeswoman to the Democratic Convention, and Jill Ruckelshaus, who is spokeswoman to the Republican Convention.
I don't know.
The caucus was founded in 1971
It was terrible
to
framing by the
raise
cameraman, by the way.
participation for women in national affairs and to elect more women to public office. Ms. Steinem is a writer and the editor of the feminist magazine MS.
Still to this day.
Ruckelshaus, a former teacher, is the mother of 5 children. Her husband is administrator
This is not a
of the
debate.
Environmental Protection
It is a
Agency.
press conference. So
We'll have the first
the debate is
question
coming
now
up,
from
folks.
Carl T.
This is
Rowland,
example, though, of the
Chicago
minds of the
Daily
time period, because I don't think
Ms.
enough people
Steinem,
know this,
that
so I don't
during
want
the
to start this without
primary, you referred to
context, because
Senator
everybody wants
George Governor
context.
as the
So,
best of the
trying to
white
sum it
male
up.
candidates. Are you satisfied with the stands he took at the convention and since with regard to women's rights?
No, I'm not completely satisfied with them, but I still consider them the most hopeful. Obviously, from the convention, it's clear that the women there, the majority of the women there, were displeased with the fact that a minority plank on reproductive freedom was not included. We considered it unwise politically, since the majority of Americans and the majority of Catholic Americans as well are in favor of that. But that was the
Think
only
about that.
Major...
This is in the early day, and at that time period, as she's saying, the majority of Catholic Americans were on board still, because of the actual, from my understanding and looking into this, because of the actual health and repercussions, and also what people believe to be a overt baby boom that they did bring to an end, but it was a thing at the time period. So when you hear boomers, they're actually talking about baby boomers, and they're talking about a time period from 1943 to 1962, actually. And so this was a topic of discussion, whether or not we would overpopulate the planet. Now we know that the more people you have, the more you can produce. But that's a different story altogether. There is limitations. They've looked at the gaming of math. Abba! Yes! Shalom and welcome. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. So the interests of the time period and context are a little bit different than what you might expect. So, let's keep moving and hear what they have to say. I think it's interesting that there's a lot of compromise, that there's a lot of relaxed behavior about it, that there's a lot of sense of small movements make a difference. That's me.
Request that was made by the National Women's Political Caucus for inclusion in the platform that was not met.
At one time, you said that revolution, not reform, is what's needed. On the basis of what you saw at the Democratic Convention, do you now think women can win rights by working through the political system?
I think we have to use a variety of methods. It was clear to me that our gains in 1972 had a great deal to do with the implicit threat of another 1968. So we can't neglect the ways in which demonstrations and other kinds of techniques influence the changes that are made. In other words, we need a multiplicity of tactics in order to get changes within the system.
Mrs. Ruckelshaus, you were at the Republican convention. Are you convinced that
I love
the
Mrs.
Republican
Ruckelshaus, I'm not going to
Party has
lie.
now made a firm commitment to women's equality?
Yes, I am convinced of that. I think that there was some confusion, some failure to fully understand the commitment of the women in the party to recognition of the right of women to participate as full partners in society.
Why do I like her so much is because she is truly representative of the housewife of the time period. She was a teacher. She's Republican. She's conservative. She's a churchgoer. She's a church advocate. She's actually on the caucus of women's interests, and her husband is the head of a government organization. She just turned around the word revolution and not denying it. Absolutely. That's the thing about all this, is there's a much better sense of cooperation, commiseration, identification between each other, that we need each other as people, to see that our interests are aligned, that we're not bitter enemies. There's no reason for this. Meanwhile, there was so much more at stake than there is now. We're moving little tiny dials. There we're talking about the fundamental equal rights between parties. And I think there's something to be said about that. Something to be considered about that. We should take that seriously. More than less than what I've seen in a lot of the debates that I was looking at. And when I finally settled, and this was a couple weeks ago, by the way, when I finally settled on the modern debate that I'd use, it was because it encapsulates everything that's wrong with our conversation and discourse today, to me, in my opinion, as I see it. And in fact, I got to give a huge shout out to the person who moderates that when I bring it up, because they do stay in a true moderation position. And I think it's up to you to decide what the other parties stand for. That we must take out people's personal household behaviors and not confuse them with the topic they're speaking about. Because these topics, if we're going to speak about them seriously, are serious on their own. Adding other shit in confuses everybody and makes it either personal or nonsense, minimizing, regressive, you name it. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Why have a debate if you're going to make it about the people and not the topic? Move a fucking dial, please. Move a fucking dial. Move a dial. Emily! So good to see you! You were being missed. People were asking about you. Thank you so much for being here. I guess I'll keep moving.
We went
Got a lot to cover today.
In August in Miami Beach.
And by the way, Emily, right now, we're just going into the background and history ideology and understanding of the ERA movement, which set the precedent for today's modern feminism, and where most people, let's go happy live! What up? How y'all feeling today? Hold on, let me give you all I do have this up. And of course the program is now going to be like, no, you kind of had it up. You should have checked this earlier. But I'm going to just go ahead and give everybody all at once. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. We are looking at the comparatives of the conversation and behavior and language and just associations, patterns of thought between then and now. And so I'm creating a formative idea of what people were doing and how they were thinking and how they were behaving back when the ERA had yet to be, well, voted on, agreed upon. It was an argument. Should women have equal rights? Something we take for granted now, where we've moved past that. Now we're talking about whether or not, it should be recognized as such, which is insane. I'm actually going to go back to Gloria Steinem in a minute to talk about this so you can hear it more clearly, because I had it covering two different things before, but I wanted everybody to see the background and how she worked across the aisle with a Republican teacher whose husband was a Republican leader. These things can happen.
Leadership, both men and women in the party. That the women throughout the country who are Republicans and who are independents and who are Democrats are committed to winning these rights for themselves, that they will choose the party which offers them the greatest opportunity. I think our party woke up to that fact, and I think their commitment now is quite firm.
Now, one of your colleagues, Betty FREIDAN, said that the GOP was trying to rip off the Women's Political Caucus.
Betty FREIDAN!
That they were using you and the political caucus. Was this an unfair charge?
Well, I don't think that was quite accurate. We had a very, she was quibbling over a choice of words. The Republican National Committee had a seminar on women's issues, which they called the Republican Women's Political Caucus. As a matter of fact, I think I might have been responsible for choosing those words. There was no attempt to usurp the function of the National Women's Political Caucus.
And I'd like to say in solidarity here that there is a Democratic Women's Political Caucus, too.
Yeah, I want to shoot the cameraman. Like, hello, framing. There's the director.
Attempt to use those words.
Sorry, I don't want to shoot the cameraman.
Mrs. Ruckelshaus, Senator McGovern charges that President Nixon has treated the women's movement as a joke. What's your response to that charge?
Well, I think we'll be hearing a lot of charges and countercharges in that vein. I think that's not true. The Republican Party has established a good record on women's opportunities, women's rights and responsibilities during the last 4 years. Surely it is a step forward from anything that preceded it. It is not enough. There will be more, and the party is committed in a very strong woman's plank in this convention platform to being sure that women are included, that women are given positions of leadership.
So I want you to note that the Republican is being given all the room in the world to talk about this, while the Democrat sits on the other side and listens to her in agreement. She's not arguing with her. There's no debate over this subject. They both agree on the tenets. They may not even agree on how the tenets come into play. They agree on what it is. Forget about the definition. Lita Caproni, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, most official, yet unofficial, and completely still official co-host Lita Caproni, ladies and gentlemen, Lita Caproni. So yes, we're basically looking at the history right now, the prefacing of the debate that I'm going to share and then compare, so that we understand more truly how feminism, the term is not a question for the people who brought it to light, who gave the ERA its feet. No, the Republicans and Democrats in general all understood its tenets as equality, because ERA is what feminism is. Without the ERA, there is no feminism. Without feminism, there is no ERA. Period. You want to go past that? You can bifurcate it and break it up and chop it down into any kind of minutiae you want, but what you're doing is killing the word. You're taking the word's definition away. And I'm not going to let you do that individually, and I don't think the public at large really wants that to happen either, because it means equality, the expectation that women are equal. Why? Because ERA. That's history. You want to ignore history? That makes you a revisionist, and it makes me concerned about what else you'll ignore. That's pretty much how it breaks it down, kids. And when I say kids, I mean any of you who seems to think that because you have Google in your hand, that you know everything that Google knows. When I tend to hear people not know anything past 1999. I'm not sure why. It's all available. This is online. I'm being patronizing right now because, well, I'm sorry. Because, well,
I don't think that the word is actually changing. I think that we're just better understanding what it is that's actually being communicated with the word. And that's why when LAV was asking me for prescriptions in our debate, I was saying I think the best thing is to actually like rigidly define these words and separate male and female so that we can be more accurate with them, so that something like a woman's bathroom isn't confusing, when if it's really just meant for females, well then it should be called a female's bathroom, and now it's no longer confusing, because that's obviously when they call it the WNBA, that W was not meant for this idea of womanhood. It was
yes, Blur, this is a very interesting point, and I was looking at this assumed knowledge versus consumed knowledge versus gathered wisdom. That's what it is. Assumed, consumed, gathered. And these, what Blur is pointing out here, he says, it's a common thing from the people between 16 to 30 years old to think that they've had enough experience to claim knowledge. Now, knowledge, I actually think they can claim some knowledge, because of course knowledge is the, in fact, gathering of information. What they cannot claim is something that most of us cannot claim, which is wisdom. We can only have the inklings of wisdom by our gathered sets of knowledge. And it's kind of like knowing how to play the instrument, knowing how to play with others with that instrument, being a virtuoso on that instrument, and also being able to set it, and also being able to write music. These things, being multi-schooled, they take so much. And language is part of this. Uh-oh. What happened? I was looking forward to something excellent. All right. So, oh, and thank you for listening, Emily. I do appreciate it. It's called experience to claim knowledge, but it really is not. Yes. It's combined knowledge becomes wisdom in practice, basically. And it's good to recognize these things and with a bit of humble or humility or perspective that somebody in the room always knows something you don't. That's always something. We all carry little pieces of stuff.
Meant to communicate female, right? It was obviously meant to communicate female. And so,
well, it's not meant to it's meant to communicate woman, because woman has meant human female. Like female can mean anything. I have a male bird, a female cactus right here. Like there's female can mean multiple things, but woman means an adult human female. So that's what it has meant. Other people changing the definition to mean fits into these like stereotypes. This is what's changing.
Well,
I'm not changing it.
Yes, you're saying that the intent behind the word has stayed the same, but what is actually being communicated changes. So this is like with the word black, we're figuring out like that we, lots of people have a disagreement on whether or not it communicates somebody who is from Africa.
Okay, so I'm actually going to correct Tom here, because what it is this is just a slight cultural misunderstanding or slight misrepresentation without realizing they are doing so. What he actually means is that there is a conversation about the difference between somebody who is foundationally Black American right now, which is a terminology for the first time, a nomenclature by a group of people who had formerly in their history been enslaved and then categorized by all others, specifically by the classes who had enslaved them historically, have finally chosen to pick a name for themselves within our culture, within the United States. And there are several different terminologies being bandied around by that group. And it is up to them to choose for themselves, just like each and every one of us. Now, I say this because I have heard a lot of talk about things, and there is a term for that. It's called tethering. Attaching yourself to something inappropriately and hanging on like you're tethered in the wind. And if you weren't invited to the barbecue, as I was told, you should probably stand off to the side and just pee. Trust me, you stand there long enough, you're kind enough, you're using language everybody understands and appreciates, you'll be invited into. But the truth is, in this case, what we're talking about is the difference between what people would consider Black American or foundational Black American, or somebody from overseas, or somebody who maybe has first generation. Maybe there's lots of differences. And part of the reason is because of reparations. So the reason I'm explaining this is so that Tom doesn't... Honestly, Tom is a very good guy, and I don't want him to be misunderstood. He's trying to wrap up a conversation quickly, but there's a little bit of missing information here that I had to fill in, that I was like, you know what? If I went by and I didn't say something, I feel like I wouldn't be doing it service. So, and it's not his fault. It's just if you're not directly talking with folks that are talking about it, you may not know. So, in any case, let's hear more. Sorry.
I don't think that's a fair charge, but I'm sure.
Or whether or not it's like it is a conceptual Black, right? And so now there's lots of arguments over like, well, no, if you're from Jamaica, you're not
Welcome,
Black.
everyone. Is this on?
When we say
yes.
Black,
These are very niche arguments. Like what you were describing as like the idea. They are very niche. And
real quick, hold on.
So this is where I also have to interject here. Is it? No. Boots. I don't care how you tip your head to the side. That isn't. How do you flip your hair? It's not. No, it's not niche. It's in fact, maybe in the UK, I could understand. You folks actually have the windfall generation, and that's different. They're actually having a very similar conversation right now. Not niche. Not niche at all. Especially amongst the fact that, we have a very large public that's mixed. Just in general. Very myopic from my point of view. But I understand that. Sometimes people speak nationally. But maybe that's the mindset. I don't know. I don't know this person. They didn't accept my friend request, so such a life. I don't think I'm really worried about that, though. That's just me.
Within like pragmatic like linguistics, they are not. These are like this is the same.
To be honest, I don't think she is either.
The word woman, like figuring out what is actually being communicated with the word, rather than what people intend to communicate.
I say this because you were talking about a very niche area of like Western culture that is saying these things. This is not like a universal. And I'm sure you know
it is not universal, but it is still not niche to call a national.
That's why I say that it's not
identity.
Like, the definition of woman hasn't
that
changed
seems
for
very
most
minimizing.
It's changed for like
but okay.
Western liberals.
Liberals.
There are languages where the idea of what I'm talking about when it comes to a woman has always been the case.
Hold on a second. This one really does. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's get it together, people, because right now I gotta give you a... I shouldn't be biasing right now, but yeah, wow, that was... No sweat, Abba. You are welcome at any time, all the time. You know that. You know that well. Yeah, wow. Anyways, I think I should keep moving. Before I say something crazy.
I think it's, I could be wrong, I think it's Thailand that has always used the word woman this way. There's many different languages,
especially
different
South America.
Yes, they have very different,
there's 6 different versions
different ideas of gender. They have
gender
different ideas
in the
of race. They have very different things. So of course, yes, I'm
as
talking
an arguing
about, like,
point of
within the United
suggestion that
States.
there's more possibility.
Because even part of the argument is that black actually communicates that somebody was like their lineage were slaves, and that if your lineage wasn't a slave, then you're not actually black. Like these are like parts of the argument, is that we're trying to figure out better what is actually being communicated with the word.
And I appreciate him for that. He is a linguist, and he will go for that center.
Categorize the other things that people.
It's not particularly for everybody.
They intend to communicate.
But hey, to each their own. So long as that you know and you're honest about it and you're forward about it. And you go, this is what I'm fucking doing.
That's
why on his show I was like,
has
sure,
changed
absolutely.
recently.
Okay,
Because
your show, bro. No, I mean seriously, I'm not even
a
arguing with
biological
you.
female.
More power
When you
to
say
you.
woman now, you're thought of as
At least
a
you
bigot.
know.
So it makes sense that language would evolve in that way when you're not allowed to say the other thing.
Yes.
But also, I don't know of any cultures where like woman is thought of as what you were saying. Like I know. Like,
Okay,
some, like,
I'm glad that
Brazilian-
she doesn't know, but that makes it seemingly true. There's a lot of uncomfortable body language there. I'm not even gonna get into that are just like, please don't play. She should never play poker with me. That's for sure. Let's take a look at something just to go back a little bit, go back a ways. Why am I sharing the background on this before I'm
I
moving back
really
and
want to
forth?
spend most of my time talking about the future. because
Friends,
that's what
I don't want to
interests
be blamed for not providing some
live in
ridiculous amount of context.
me. A reporter said to me
To
the
the
other day, "What are you
conversations.
most proud of?"
So
I
I'm
said,
going
"I haven't done
above
it
and
yet."
beyond here.
He said, "In this life."
And I
Another
I
big.
don't know if
thing
it's a
we need to
tribe
do
or not. I don't
for
want to
the
be like racist or whatever.
whatever. Blur says that he doesn't know why people get hung on words. It's part of a conversation to clarify. Once it's clarified and you understand what the other is talking about, you just move on with that understanding in mind is all. Yes, exactly. It's actually a matter of trust in self and then others. And I don't know if you remember this, but part of the issue the other night that I did like call someone basically said their behaviors were bullshit for, the actions, the thought was bullshit for, and what I thought it was adolescent in a lot of ways is that somehow we had to agree 100% on the terminology, on the thought, and that was bad faith if I didn't absolutely do that. And I think that's why there's a term called tacit understanding, because you understand enough to make it reasonable. You're never going to get everybody to that full 100% compromise or cooperation. It's just not human. So we must, to capitulate to one another's differences, allow for that variance and have the faith in another. And that's really what it comes down to, is somebody didn't trust themselves, so they didn't trust me. Straight off the bat. Or they didn't trust others, actually, was what it was. They didn't trust others naturally, straight off the bat. And that's where I was like, bro, that's bullshit. People at the heart are kind. People learn to be unkind. People learn to be untrusting and or untrustworthy. They don't start that way. And most people are not acting from that behavior, which is also part of a lot of the conversations I think people, frankly, are projecting. I think when you meet somebody and somebody starts, immediately coming from the angle that you're going to do wrong, you're going to do, I think that they're the ones maybe, and this is just me, and normally I find out that this is true, they're the ones that tend to be doing a lot of bullshit. They're the ones who are in the background that are like, and then they come forward and go, oh, you must be somebody terrible. No, because they're the ones doing that. Or they're in such a fear state they don't know the difference. So, Blur, good point. That not accepting one's definition comes from a prejudicial repulsion that was there before the word was even invoked. 100%. And that's why I'm sharing the background conversation before the actual debate. That is the comparative to the main debate I'm sharing today. We haven't even got to it. I'm still in preface right now. I'm giving you all the full tilt, intellectual Azure spheres. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. The Azure spheres are here. They're definitely here. We basically saying the same thing indeed. Yes, yes, absolutely. And you and I, that's why when you're in court and stuff, people have to reiterate because not everybody understands the same language in the same direction or order. That's why I will tend to say something in 3 versions, which will be the eloquent, verbose version, another with the slightly more broken down clinical version, and then the 3rd version where where I'll just say some shit that's just like my street language, you know, like me and you talking, making jazz. You're like, fuck that shit out, all right? Don't fuck it out. Wizards talk. Yeah, absolutely. Because everybody hears it different. Everybody hears it. By the way, went for the full D'Artagnan. I just went, fuck it. I'm going to go full D'Artagnan. Let's go. Let's go! All right. Speaking of which, where am I? Which one am I at? I know which one I'm at.
Is to link the movements. We somehow still see, we think somehow that the gay and lesbian movement is, even though it mysteriously came along at the same time as the women's movement, even though we were supposed to be stopped by being called lesbians, and so somehow it's a different movement. Or somehow the environmental movement is a different movement, or somehow the civil rights movement is well, the truth is that they are all deeply, deeply linked. And once we see that linkage, we become each other's allies, and we become much more effective. In fact, if you look around
this is true.
The world at the countries that have the least democracy in public life, they are the ones that have the least democracy between males and females and so forth.
When somebody comes along and is born as a male but chooses to perform as a female and to try to be the best version of something that they don't understand because they're choosing these things rather than having them thrust upon them, this is not something that they are relating to. They are putting it on as a costume.
Yeah, I think we agree on all of these parts of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people, because this space is like mostly about prescriptions, they misunderstand what it was I was saying, and I try my best at the beginning to
I think he might have misunderstood her there,
I might not
actually.
have done it in a very
I know he doesn't
way, but
I don't know.
Just
Maybe I'm
trying to
misunderstanding.
comment it in a very autistic,
I'm gonna withhold my
pragmatic
thought.
lens to just say this just happens to be what is communicated the majority of the time. You're right that trans people challenge that a lot, and I think it helps make sense of these things, but I do think that we are I don't think that the word is actually changing. I think that we're just better understanding what it is that's actually being communicated with the word.
See, I do agree about that these things conform to our
prescriptions
both colloquial and our social
debate.
understandings.
I was saying I think the best
and
thing
vice
is to
versa.
actually define these words and
depends
separate
on what society
male
needs.
and female so that we can be more accurate with them, so that
what it
something
seems
like a woman's
historically.
bathroom isn't confusing, when if it's really just meant for females, well then it should be called a female's bathroom, and now it's no longer confusing, because that's obviously when they call it the WNBA, that W was not meant for this idea of womanhood. It was meant to communicate female, right? It was obviously meant to communicate female. And so,
well, it's not meant to it's meant to communicate woman, because woman has meant human female. Female can mean anything. I have a male bird, a female cactus right here. There's female
okay.
can mean multiple things, but woman.
That's all
human
describing
female.
the same thing.
So that's what it has meant. Other people changing
gender
the
of the
definition
species.
to mean fits into these stereotypes. This is what's changing.
well,
I'm not changing it.
Yes, you're saying that the intent behind the word has stayed the same, but what is actually being communicated changes. So this is like with the word black.
It's not changing. It's becoming more
lots of people have a disagreement on whether or not it communicates somebody who is from
sometimes,
Africa, or whether or not it's it is a conceptual black, right?
That in the course of these conversations, what is actually being spoken about is being missed. And I received a message. I received a message from a colleague who sent me something, and I'm going to share briefly what this person. Let me find this real quickly, because I think this is a nice. Where is that? Where is he? Come on. Show me the message. So people will often hear me talk about like, well, that language is fascist, or that mindset is the big burgeoning of fascism, or, you know, and I've had people look at me like I was being hyperbolic, or that I was being, overbearing towards the subject, or maybe I'm, pulling the fire chain when there's no fire. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm talking about the behavior as an action at its earliest stages. What causes the rest of the behavior is, in fact, oh man, why can't I find this? Let me see. I'm gonna try this again. Now that I can roll it. Yep. All right, there we are. So this person happens to be a fairly well-known expert on this subject, and I'm going to, it says, regular and repeated obvious lying is part of the process by which fascist politics destroys the information space. A fascist leader can replace truth with... I can't read the next two, truth. Oh, with prejudice, ultimately lying without written science. By replacing the word with a person, thing, politics makes us unable to assess the arguments by a common understanding. Yes. It's too small for me to read properly, so hold on a second. Let me see if there's another way for me to get... Oh, open in browser. Maybe that's... there we go. Let me read this one more time for you, because now I can read it. Regular and repeated obvious lying is part of the process by which fascist politics destroys the information space. A fascist leader can replace truth with power, ultimately lying without consequence. That's what was said. By replacing the world with a person, fascist politics makes us unable to assess arguments by a common standard. The fascist politician possesses specific techniques to destroy information spaces and break down reality. This is why I get concerned about this stuff. This is why I bring it to your attention. And I honestly think what a great way to understand that, frankly. Oh, somebody's in here with me. Is somebody in here, or are they hanging out? Oh, they're hanging out. By the way, I built something for you, Blur. I built a place called did it not show up? I don't think it showed up. Oh yeah, Only Kind's hang room. Either way, you're in the ministry. You can hang wherever you want. I don't give a fuck. That's why it's a free goddamn world. And specifically, in my server, is very free. Is a free place. Don't be afraid. Come on in. The server's fine. Anyhow. Where are we? Oh.
It's over like, well, no, if you're from Jamaica, you're not black. When we say black,
these are very niche arguments. Like what you were describing as like
they're not.
The idea.
They're not.
They are very niche. And
real quick, hold on. No. They're not within like pragmatic like linguistics. They are not.
My pleasure. Great commentary though. Great criticism.
Like,
I needed a hang room.
Like figuring out.
I didn't realize I had one. It was just called a disco.
The word, rather than what people intend to communicate.
I say this because you were talking about a very niche area of like Western culture that is saying these things. This is not like a universal, and I'm sure you know that.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's an American thing, but it's not niche unless you consider America just niche. Like influencing the rest of the world, no. But okay.
For most people, it's changed for. Like,
so it's the way you roll your eyes that gives it credence. Okay.
Well, there are languages where the idea of what I'm talking about when it comes to a woman has always been the case. I think it's I could be wrong. I think it's Thailand that has always used
many
the
places.
word woman this way.
Many places.
There's
do the research and reading yourself.
Places, yes, they have very different.
Not interested in explaining to everybody where that comes from.
They have different ideas of race. They have very different things. So of course, yes.
I just want you to understand that
within the United States,
the majority of women are feminist. Believe they're feminist, one way or the other, or act in a way that is benefited from feminism directly. ERA. Wouldn't even be able to have this conversation a lot of ways in the U.S. specifically. Saying that black is specific to African Americans is kind of niche, isn't it? Not when you're talking about the conversation that we're talking about. It's a more popularized conversation. When you're talking about the rest of the world, it's still not niche because you're talking about the most influential public that literally has changed the cosmopolitan and cultural face of the rest of the world. So it's not really niche. Anytime you get above like 10,000, couple million people, it's no longer niche. It's a or especially when in the case of a nation's identity conversation, that's not niche. It's dismissive and minimizing to suggest such. And there's a lot of this unintended white privilege language that may go unnoticed by white people that I notice because I've spent so much time and so many of my friends are black. And let me tell you something, foundational black Americans and first generation or anybody who's melanated, not white, we should expect is a little more sensitive to it because white people really do throw shit around and don't realize it because of privilege, straight out. And I see it because in my case, people in white, and exactly, when you look at other countries, when people are just perfunctorily accepting and they don't have the slavery involved in the issue or any of that nature, there are different issues. So one must take it in the context, not from where you stand, but rather from what our public and society is talking about. Which is why sometimes it's hard to have this conversation with people overseas, and when they interject themselves into the conversation for the U.S. specifically, and try to act as though that applies to them or they apply to it, or that we're talking about, like, say, the windfall generation or something like that, that do not apply to each other. They are their own things. When people do that, the term that FBA folks, foundational black Americans, tend to use is called tethering. Call someone a tether. Which is actually what Tom refers to in here. And I don't think he doesn't use the word tether, but he refers to it where, like, they're calling them other names. And that's the name that and actually it's a pretty good tether, because that term is somebody interjecting themselves into a conversation that they don't apply to. I'm a tether for all conversations, so.
It's because even part of the
at least I'm honest about it.
Black actually communicates that somebody was like their lineage were slaves, and that if your lineage wasn't
he's talking about
slave,
foundational black American.
Like these are,
it's a very American thing.
These are like parts of the
but 300 million people is
to figure
not
out better what is
anymore,
actually being communicated with the word, and then find new words or new ways to categorize the other things.
And specifically,
they intend to
people that were given a nomenclature for many generations by others that were controlling them, finally choosing one for themselves.
When you say that has changed recently, because
which has happened several times actually.
Mean a biological female when you say woman
now, it's disassociated
you're thought
from
of
that
as a bigot. So it makes sense.
This is very important.
Language.
Because there's a rationale here that is an association that's like, whoa. Don't pat yourself on the back so quickly. You're still claiming to be a feminist and then not including.
They intend to communicate
the other ideologies. So, I mean, we heard it from
I think it's
from
understandable
STEINEM herself. We could all have our own points of view, but
when you
come
say
on.
that has changed
They are
recently,
associated.
because if you mean a biological female, when you say woman now, you're thought of as a bigot.
No,
so it makes sense.
I don't know who's talking like that,
language
except for
would
you
evolve
guys in that very little Twitter poll space. That
But
seems
also,
really adolescent.
I don't know of any cultures where like woman is thought of as what you were saying. Like I know.
What was it that he was saying?
Brazilian. I don't know. If it's a tribe.
All right. We're almost there. Trust me. We're well into the azure spheres, as you know. And I'll go back to this other well, no, actually, we don't have to go back to that other conversation. Where we need to go, actually, now is a little bit of the history, I think. Let's just get a little history.
As a child, I just assumed that you could do anything. I didn't have brothers. I had an older sister. It didn't occur to me that there was a profound difference until I was 12 or 13, because that's the time at which the feminine role started
comes down upon you like the Iron Maiden. You pretty much had to get married, have children,
Understanding
take your husband's name, assume his
our
identity.
historical figures,
so I assumed
from their point of view,
I would have to marry the man I wanted to become.
Is the most important thing
not
we can
really
do
a choice.
to give
and
their
it was
character,
the beginning
behavior,
of the women's
practices,
movement that made me realize, wait a
fact,
minute, we do have a choice.
A context. What's going on with this? Hold on a second. Looks like
For
my
me,
framing's all
the
fucked.
biggest aha moment was going to cover a alternate abortion hearing here in New York City for New York Magazine. And for the first time in my life, I heard women standing up in public talking about something that only happened to women, that was life-threatening, that subjected you to sexual harassment. That was the light bulb. You know, why is this illegal? Why is it criminal? Watching the abortion hearing, I had this feeling of sudden unity. You know, something you think that has been only your experience and maybe your fault, you suddenly realize is incredibly widespread.
So one of the things that a lot of people miss nowadays, by the way, in the argument over abortion and women's rights, is that they are tied together at a very core root. That in actuality, the second wave of feminism, being pushed on by Gloria Steinem, was started in her recognizing that physical body autonomy, specifically over abortion, was a matter key to the equal rights of women. Because if you can't have control over your body, what are you going to have control over afterwards? It's important to keep in mind that history can be forgotten very easily if you don't know the little details around the edges and why we have the perceptions we do and who these people are.
It's a result of unequal power. It's a result of politics. It's unjust.
The future depends entirely on what each of us does every day. A movement is only people moving.
The reaction from mainstream culture to the women's movement in the beginning was mainly amusement. That was the good part. Ridicule was the bad part. The first struggle was to be taken seriously. Actually, when we started to get serious opposition, I thought
this generation,
we
specifically Americans, like to act like, especially if you're online in the Twitter sphere or Twitter poll or whatever the fuck that shit is, the debate sphere. Only in that sphere do people pretend like it's not canon and law. Equal rights is a law specifically gathered around these things. And once abortion was taken out of the situation recently because it was dealt with separately, though people wanted to include it, as we saw in the earlier piece, it was done so. It is not subsidized, not in any way, shape, or form. The health care in our country is barely subsidized. So to suggest that anything other than common healthcare needs for women's health, which is education limited, saying anything more than that is subsidized would be misspeaking, frankly, especially since so many of the clinics have been shut down. Oh yeah, no, the U.S. doesn't have any of that shit, man. No, our healthcare is not the same. Everything is fine indeed up near you. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So a lot of times when you hear people like Pearly Things talking out her ass, she's from the U.S. She knows the difference. She's just not talking about the fact that she's being cynical. That she knows that she's talking about the UK health system and confabulating or confusing it with the US health system that doesn't give the debate bros murkying the waters, always trying to intermingle systems that and not defining that they're talking about separate systems all the time. Hear it all the time, and I'm always like, what are you talking about? The Western system? You're talking about, your healthcare works differently than mine. Why are you assuming that mine is the same? It tells me you don't know anything about that. I've said that before. How dare you? No, you're literally telling me right now you don't know shit about my system. I know more about your system than you do about mine. I've used healthcare system all around the world, by the way. Switzerland. Holy shit, please. If I ever was reincarnated, make me Swiss, like in the last 40 years. Holy shit. everything there. Anyways, let me keep on track.
Because we were not just
Gorgeism.
The women's movement, the civil rights movement, the gay and lesbian movement, all the great social justice movements have begun to remove labels from people and allow us to be the unique human beings we really are.
And we need to remember across generations that there is as much to learn as there is to teach. Yeah. So, speaking of debate bros murking the waters, oh gosh. I guess I'm going to start here as a comparative for our debate today.
This is people like J.K. Rowling or people like LAV, or I don't know, she's been reading more now.
That's insult one.
Maybe she's actually becoming a feminist. I have no idea, but
that's insult one. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know a single like
that is absolutely true. We all have
person
that.
Who just rejects all trans people as like, I don't know what, it's like gender traitors for like women who decide that the pressures of femininity are too hard, so they conform to masculine. I don't know any feminists who would reject that instead of understanding it.
So do you think that
really
LAV actually
she doesn't know any feminists? Wait. Let's play that back. Just want to make sure I'm getting this clear.
I don't know what, it's like gender traitors for like women who decide that the pressures of femininity are too hard, so they
is that a thing?
I don't know any feminists who would reject that instead of understanding it.
So do you think
gender
that
LAV it further back
reading more now, so maybe she's actually becoming a feminist.
Okay, there's the pejorative or the slight.
Yeah, I don't know a single.
She doesn't know a single feminist
person who just rejects all trans people as like.
Okay.
I don't know what, it's like gender traitors for like women who decide that the pressures of femininity are too hard, so they conform to masculine. I don't know any feminists who would reject that instead of understanding.
Okay, but what does that mean? Look, within any ideology, within any belief system, within any variation, there's going to be a bunch of different versions to decide or just decide that you're the arbiter, that you can just discount somebody because they may include ideas that you don't also go with. But you do, well, you do get along on a basic principle. No one of us gets to dismiss the whole of somebody else's belief or idea or person simply because maybe they just don't like them. Now, why would I make that broad leap at the end? Well, I'm actually making fun of the situation. Straight up. Because that's the leap in this conversation, and I'm going to just preface that because that's the difference in this conversation is somebody is carrying out, there are many ideologies as there are people, yes, indeed, identifying as a feminist who also sees themselves as a TERF, Jews for Jesus, for God's sakes. So, look, if you aren't open-minded, considerate, compassionate, empathetic, reasonable-minded, or as intellectual as you might portray, you might think that everything is a fascist state of thinking, that it's just one way or the other, but I would call that mean girlism. Even if you're a dude, I call it mean girlism or cool dudeism. Once you're out of high school and there's no cool kids table, you're supposed to leave that behind. Maybe you go into college and that works a little bit for you. Being the contrarianism, deflection or evasion through stabby McStabberton. No. Unless you're going to be absolutely mean on purpose, to say it on purpose and be face forward, like I do. Don't fucking do it, because then you're just being a coward. And you're probably pretty practiced at it, being a coward. Why do I say it so face forward? Because I keep hearing this over and over, this behavior that people sitting behind a screen, just being like, go kill yourself, telling people to do terrible things, and yes, demonizing and piety. Holier than thou, without any life experience, probably been sitting on that same couch for years. Doxing and acting like they aren't doxing. I've seen all sorts of people do this kind of behavior. Lying and not realize they're even lying anymore because they're so used to lying. And I'm not talking about the person you think I'm talking about. I'm going to shock the fuck out of the audience today, and I'm going to counter some of this fucking language that's out there. Why? Because I'm a feminist. I believe in the equality of all people, actually. I'm a humanist. Forget everything else. Alba says that they'll be lurking because sometimes they're having problems with the signal. I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for actually. You're awesome, Alba. No problems. I mean, if I could send you better signal, I definitely would. You know. I'll call AT&T. What you on? Mint? What do you need to do? I got you. I'm sorry. I'm already being biased in this, but I don't give a fuck. Frankly, that's what this show is about. I get to talk about what I want to talk about, and I'm sharing it as I want to share it, and mostly because. I feel like there's a lot of biases going on, and these people have a lot of influence in the background, though they might claim they don't. And they're adults. They're not little kids. They're not high schoolers, but man, you know, me not really being in this scene, being only coming online to start streaming them about 4 months ago, I can tell you that stepping into it as an adult, only dealing in professional situations and with other adults, and you know, where you don't get to just like play around because you're living with each other the moment you get off work in basically a submarine on wheels, you don't get to behave like a kid. So the behavior really stands out when you see other adults do it. And I've seen a lot of this in private and public life where people are behaving well underneath their years, or the expected gracious or thoughtful. And in place of thoughtful, it's valor-seeking, like strange inclusion that is more about being of the chest and winning, like life was a video game. Which, okay, we could argue holographically so, but not between people, not interpersonally. Throats. Life is not a series of W's and L's. It's a series of gathering love like a stone rolling down hill that becomes a snowball. You want to be a big old snowball at the end with all the love, not the hate, not the despising for attention. It's a bad call. But I totally digressed. They kind of act like high schoolers, or just acting high. Yeah. No, that's me. That's me all the time. What? Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. What? Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, press the right button. Yeah, what? Huh? What? Oh, and then pick the right thing. Oh, yeah. What? I'm sorry. What? Oh, my God. What? And now we're back. Sorry. Yeah. Personally, nothing wrong with that last bit. I think most of these people probably should. Or should lay off if that's the case. Oh, is Carl in here? Somebody just said Carl. I wonder if Carl's in there. Carl, shout out to Forrester Wires. Stealing looks, taking names. Anyways, what am I talking about? I'm talking about... Oh, no, I'm not. Yes, I am. I'm talking about the comparative here of someone, you know, dropping the pejoratives because they feel like it's something they can do, as if it's the rationale.
Like it during the campaign, and it will
feel free to call in, by the way, if you have any thoughts on the subject.
What the rhetoric is.
Thank you, ladies, and Mr. Rowan. We'll be back to introduce our other panel members and continue the questions in just a minute, but first this message.
The greatest commercial I cannot fucking share with you. Oh my God, such a great commercial.
Actually identifying with the word turf is...
Yeah, I wish I could share this commercial with you so badly because it is so indicative of the time period. But I'm gonna scoot past this and just there we go. And here we're back.
We're ready now.
We're not even at the debate yet, folks. We're almost there.
Our guests are Gloria Steinem and Jill Ruckelshaus, 2 members of the Policy Council
closing
of
out
the National
the second
Women's
act, by the
Political Caucus. You've just met Carl Rowan of the Chicago Daily News. The other questioners on our panel today are Shana Alexander of Newsweek, James J. Kilpatrick of the Washington Star Syndicate, and Catherine Mackin of NBC News.
Who is the most popular person in the room?
Ms. Alexander.
Catherine Mackin was amazing.
I think we would all agree with you that the women's movement has made greater progress in the last year or two than in the 50 years since women got the vote. But since it is a militant movement, I'd like to ask you, as you see it, who is the enemy now?
Well, I wouldn't call it a militant movement because militant connotes violence, and to me that is, I would more likely call the Pentagon a militant movement. It's part of feminist philosophy, as you know.
My apologies, folks.
And in fact, the woman's culture is much less violent.
We'll get this back. Give it a second. You know I have a backup. A backup to the backup. Looks like it actually disconnected from the...
than the men's culture, per se. But the adversary, which is a word I prefer to enemy, are those individuals who have usurped control of our lives and who in general turn out to be that 3% of the population which is white, male, over 30, and college educated. And that is the pool from which we have taken our leadership, in fact, which
and
I
it's
think goes
still
a long way to explain
pretty much that now.
leadership.
This is in the 1970s, by the way. This is 1975.
Person is the enemy of the women's movement, or the adversary?
Well, from a statistical point of view, that's accurate. I mean, the surveys that have been done of reaction to the women's movement show that group of people, socially upward mobile and so on, shows the most resistance to the movement because they have the most privilege to lose. However, the overall point is that this is a humanist movement, and that, of course, those individuals, even that 3%, has a great deal to gain. I hope that soon they will realize it. I think some individuals have realized it, that the male role is also very restrictive and dehumanizing, and that they themselves have a great deal to gain by this social revolution.
Mr. Kilpatrick.
Ms. Ruckelshaus, Senator McGovern several times has promised that if elected, he will appoint or nominate to the United States Supreme Court a woman. Mr. Nixon's made no such promise from his side. What's your impression of Senator McGovern's promise? Will that win votes for the Democratic nominee?
I'm sure that he is sincere in that statement. I don't question that at all. And I'm not certain that will end up winning votes for him. There is a statement in the woman's flank in the Republican National Party platform which urges the party to appoint women to policy-making positions in the government, including the Supreme Court and the Cabinet. I feel very confident that if the President is re-elected, we'll have women in the Cabinet and on the Supreme Court during his second four-year term. I'm not sure that either candidate will be able to capture the women's vote on the basis of promises.
I had understood you to say a moment ago that you felt the women would go with the candidate who made the greatest appeal to them along these lines.
Yes, but an appeal is not based on promise. I am a Republican and I will support the President on the basis of his performance. And during the past 4 years, he has moved women forward through legal directives to his agencies and departments that they have action plans for hiring and promoting women, through his insistence that outside organizations that make contracts with the federal government submit action plans, through his appointment to women to policy-making jobs, treble the ratio of any previous administration. This is positive performance. This isn't promise.
Ms. Ruckelshaus.
And this is what I'm talking about, is the ability to sit side by side with somebody that you may not directly agree with on all of the subject matters, but work towards a common goal. Despite your ideological differences, despite the fact that you might not agree on all the words, despite the fact that you might be in a different position, different frame of reference, different cultural background, different attitude. But the grace, because of the shared cause, is what's important.
It's going to be like harmful for other feminists.
I think that honestly, everything that LAV does online is pretty harmful. She just becomes a parody of all of the ideas that she's trying to represent because she's like read the wikis and like falls into the stereotypes without having anything to back them up. So yes, I feel like
So by the way, that's insult too?
Gonna hurt this, at least when it comes to online.
What is this?
Trans discourse. And this is the time when I feel like it's a good time to step in and be like, hey, you know, all of this shit that this ideology that has been pushed on us, like maybe this
Excellent
is
question.
not the way that
I
we
honestly
wanna go.
think that
Like,
if you
it's
look
going
at
a
our
little bit too
culture,
far.
I don't know about the culture in
and
Canada.
I feel like she's like the
our culture has, well, benefited immensely because there's so many intents, generally, of one specific group of people being unhappy, allowing anybody else to do anything. So you kind of have to get them to do it by law. Otherwise, we see immediately in our culture, in the US, a regression towards pre-ERA. It's just that simple. You actually have to mandate it here. Otherwise, those that want to go back to 1952 for so many reasons, that would then always tend to follow along with, civil rights isn't that great of an idea either, right afterwards. Because in our country, when you get rid of one of the amendments, anything there afterwards comes into question. They build upon each other. So speaking from the outside as a tether, referring to these things, we can talk generally as a concept of equal rights, but we're talking about the laws specific to our country. That's one of the things that's important in the concept of these conversations. And that intermingling the two, like personal pejorative, over the concept of a larger, say, more important concept, is solipsistic at best, if not adolescent and childish, and fairly just muddying the fucking waters with stupid. Bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's falderall. Anyhow, enough with the fancy language.
I've heard it said that those figures are a little bit phony, that they have to do with grade levels in the civil service, and that by comparing it in this administration against that on a different basis.
And I'd say this is relative to right now. We just had a law be tossed by the Supreme Court because they figured, well, it's good enough. Everything's working fine.
I think that argument can be made perhaps even...
We're going to see a regression again. It's just how it works in our culture, because there's too many folks who are clawing, being shoved down the drain from the other behaviors, the predatory, bigotry, redlining, all kinds of historical behaviors that we cannot ignore.
Might have done it in this 4-year period, but that is a record of performance upon which the Republican Party can proudly stand.
By the way, I love the Republican pushing for
I think
equal rights.
The point of the caucus is to put forth women's issues and women's concerns, and it is a multipartisan organization, and we are especially grateful.
Multipartisan, imagine that.
In the Republican Party who are there struggling. And the majority of the women in the caucus, in fact, are neither Republicans nor Democrats, but are independents. I think we have to admit, though, that the record of this administration is not so much a tribute to this administration as a testimony to the poverty that's gone before, because those 118 women, as you say, have been pointed out by the federally employed women here as very dubious statistic, as they include President Nixon's personal secretaries, women in the military who got, fairly routine promotions and the like. So we really have to look at that very, very carefully and understand that in the government, as elsewhere,
even then,
women are still
have
the first
respect
to be fired
and perception for the context of the history.
And they still constitute a very, very small minority of people there at all, and the vast majority, 75%, are in grades 1 to 6, which
I would say it's important.
It's a
maybe
good
it's
time
missing
to step in and be like, hey, you know, all of this shit that this ideology that has been pushed on us, like maybe this is not the way that we want to go. Like maybe it's going a little bit too far. And I feel like she's like the worst person to step in and be like, you're right, and this is what we should think. It's like,
why? Who are you to say so?
The best thing that she could do for women would be to like totally.
By the way,
out.
none of this is deciding that we are the arbiter is the height of adolescence. Other than to say that that behavior in itself is like ridiculous, because what the fuck does this person know? Who are they? Oh, their boyfriend is the editor for Chud Logic. If that means anything to you, it means nothing to me. It meant nothing to me when I found it. It still means nothing to me, except for the fact that I know he's a streamer who counters the Destiny world. It doesn't really make any difference. It has no impact whatsoever on the larger subject. Hold on. Let's get the look. Let's get, Come on. This is prime look territory. Come on. Yeah. All right. Enough bias. It's fun. It's just fun. Look, we're only as important as the impact on the world and the kindness we share. The love we receive is equal to the love we take is equal to the love we make, friends. It's just that simple. Respectively, it's just how it is. The more you're open to, the more you'll experience. The more you try, the more you buy. It's the truth. Righteous Blur. We'll see if I should still be rolling by then. I'll be wrapping up probably about then. Looking at the time. Yes. That's probably about yeah, it's about a 3:20 today. So yes, thank you for being here, Blur. I appreciate you. Anyways.
I think she feels the same way about lots of other feminists right now, though.
Let me roll that back so you hear the whole thing in context.
Women would be to like totally stay out.
Yeah, I think she feels the same way about lots of other feminists right now, though. Okay, so when I talked to her, you said that like you felt like she was really badly like representing everybody else. Was there anything else that you felt like was misrepresentation?
Fuck, I talked about this the other day in a VC, and I couldn't pick out exact things that she had said.
Wow.
It really bothers me, this like the way that she refers always, like when it comes to like gendered pressures, she always refers to herself.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop it there because I think we've seen pretty clearly that this person has just insulted somebody else on air twice, sideways, without really substantiating much other than their feeling is about it. And they literally just said, well, I don't have any specific points. I was trying to think about this the other day, but the next day they didn't have any, despite the fact that they were sharing this in a server without that person present, I'm guessing. Adolescent stuff you do in high school when you're kind of a gossipy person or something. Junior high school shit. High on yourself bullshit. Anyways, I think I'm going to compare this because to me, she's Philip SHLAFLY. And Philip SHLAFLY ended up debating, Phyllis SHLAFLY ended up debating an incredible mind named Betty Friedan. And both these people are very heavy political figures. And one we would consider a Karen now. And the other, well, it's still controversial to this day. But one of them is on the side of the equal rights and is a single mother with a perspective and an angle, and a very individual one that includes more than one political side. Meanwhile, the other, well, I think you'll hear some very similar conversation points than right now, actually. Right fucking now. Same points, actually. Anyway, but that's me. I don't want to blow it for you and kill the spoiler.
Can we hear from you?
Well, you see, I think we simply must, and I think we should do it.
Let me roll this back a
in
little
1976, 200 years of the Republic.
Intro,
get the Constitution equally applied to women. I mean, we know now, we've spent 10 years really delineating all the areas where sex discrimination, 200th year.
That's Betty Friedan.
Only 52. And the provisions of this article by the United States are about...
Sorry, folks, I thought I had this in the right spot. Normally I do.
to see what it says here in the
There we are.
echo. And the proponent to the Equal Rights Amendment is one of the country's most leading feminists. I'm talking about Betty Friedan. She is the author to The Feminine Mystique. Before we get into talking about the pros and cons of the Equal Rights Amendment, I think for the benefit of our viewers, it might be kind of interesting to see what it says here in the Equal Rights Amendment. It's very short. When you think of amending the Constitution, something that's very serious, you think that it's lengthy and complicated. The amendment reads as follows. Section 1. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Section 2. The Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Section 3. This amendment shall take effect 2 years after the date of ratification.
So I want to point out that the ERA code does not specify what sex. Doesn't say gender either. It just says sex. Language matters. Words matter. Especially when you're so disconnected that you don't use the language involved with the actual law. It's telling when people don't understand and want to argue the difference. Wow, a lot of deletion today. You guys can. I'm not censoring anybody. Everybody's censoring themselves. Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to hold it on against anybody. We have no fey in this crowd. Nobody's holding crazy shit against anybody.
As you can see, it's pretty brief. It's only 52 words. So, is the Equal Rights Amendment too vague? Or does the Equal Rights Amendment...
By the way, I just want to say, she's kind of snazzy even for today's standards. Maybe the collar's a little bit long, but shit, not really. Everything that woman is wearing is kind of still hype today. Anyhow. Sorry.
Simply extend women's rights to men, thus equalizing them? What is your opinion? Betty, can we hear from you?
Well, I love when I see that where it's like, holy shit,
we simply must, and I think we should do it rightfully in 1976, 200th year of the Republic, get the Constitution equally applied to women. I mean, we know now, we've spent 10 years really delineating all the areas where sex discrimination exists. Discrimination basically against women, but some ways that men are victims of it too. And we've got a lot of laws that have we've made some gains to say that it is wrong to have sex discrimination in employment, in education, in pay, in mortgage, in credit, in all these things, even in sports against women.
Speaking of which, if you didn't know, women actually in Los Angeles County weren't allowed to be on the title of a home until a couple years after I was born. I believe it was 1976. Couldn't even been later. All good. Type nonsense. I'm good with it. You guys can delete it yourself. Yeah, it's it's amazing what has changed and how short a time period it's been since those things actually changed. And I think that lack of perception is telling in a lot of the behaviors. Anyways, let's keep moving in this and then we'll go back to the other debate.
These laws are not being enforced. And with the economic crisis that we're in now, where, really inflation is giving, and layoffs are really facing women with hard times, there's danger even that some of the programs and laws against sex discrimination will be removed. And we need the constitutional guarantee of equality. And we also need it because there are a great many people, especially housewives, who really are discriminated against, whose all the work they have done in the home to help build up whatever income the total family has and so on and so forth. There is no law that now exists that makes those women who have been working as housewives insured in their own right for old age, for Social Security. There's no insurance that if that marriage should end in divorce, as it is for all too many people, that woman's contribution will be considered equally in the disposition of the property. And there is no provision even really, as it is now, to enforce child support, much less alimony for women. We really absolutely need the Equal Rights Amendment to enable all the young women and men that are coming out of law school now to create new bodies of laws that will really protect women.
When you make the laws apply equally to men and women, you end up taking away many of the rights that women now have. For example, the Equal Rights Amendment will make our young women subject to the draft and military combat the next time we have one of these wars that we have every 10 years. Because no longer could you have it just apply to males, it would have to apply equally to females. And then ERA is a big attack on the rights of the homemaker. The laws of every state make it the obligation of the husband to support his wife, to provide her with a home, to support their minor children. The woman in the home can draw Social Security benefits based on her husband's earnings, even though she's been a homemaker.
Well, that part's definitely changed from that whole sales pitch. In fact, hold on a second. I think I might have a little piece right here. I think I might have a little piece right here of... Hold on a second. Oh, you know what? Instead of using this, hold on a second. Let's not use that. Let's use, I've got a clip for that. I've got a good clip for this. Oh my God, I forgot. Where is it? That's, yeah, it's up here. Oh, there it is.
Real life, they don't want to do that.
No, opportunity is fine. That's fine. But obviously, in reality, you can't. Like if you said, all right, women.
The conversations are still being had in exactly the same way.
No, but
from the exactly
they don't go to
the same angle.
So what you're saying is, I agree what you're saying, but the reason that women say they don't go to war is not because they're staying at home to look after the kids. So what you're saying is, women shouldn't be drafted because they need to stay at home to look after the kids. But then what they would argue is, no, we're not staying at home to look after the kids. We want equal rights as you. So I agree with you.
Just
I don't
the equal rights argument. They're trying to regressively drag it back to even equal rights arguments.
No, I get that.
Yeah. That was my point. And there was like a clip of me that was taken out of context. Where
was it? But you're going to repeat it right now in context.
Getting drafted and voted, like I would give that shit up easy. Yeah. I am scared. I will not be on the front lines. I swear to God, what you want me to cook?
So as you can see, the language by the same angle of folks is the same. These are the same people who are using the same arguments as in the 1970s. But they're taking advantage of a few that don't know that these were the arguments of the time. It's pretty telling, actually. It's kind of sad. And when you say, yo, that's already been handled, they just want to argue about it again. They just want to have a sense that they have some control or power of the situation. She keeps repeating herself out of context. Yeah, exactly. Well, somebody said I was out of context, but I know I agreed with what I said out of context. I know, it's so absurd. It's dual stream there where it's both the lack of self-awareness, the hypocriticism, as three things, and the fact that she said she's literally lying. Literally. Somebody took me out of context and then I'm going to say it and agree with. So it's not out of context. It's what you believe. Okay. Okay. As a matter of fact, let's
I talked about this the other day. In a VC, and I couldn't pick out exact things that she had said. It really bothers me, this the way that she refers always, when it comes to gendered pressures, she always refers to herself and says that there is no internal sense to me of being a woman, when that's not the problem. No woman has to feel or not feel like a woman. No man has to feel like a woman is lesser than, or anything like that. That's the whole thing with systemic issues.
What did that have to do with how she felt about herself and her anecdotal sense of
an object to him? But still,
use
a woman
of her
is
own
most valuable when she is
views
sexually attractive
and
or
perceptions
doing something for him.
As the qualifier. That's very fair,
so
actually.
It's not about
we only know
her
ourselves.
Identity. And I think this
it's an earnest way to admit you don't have wisdom.
Pulls me towards her being in the liberal turfy side, rather than offering any sort of systemic critique. And yeah, that's totally fine, Tom.
Is it? Is it? It sounded like you just talked shit about it for about 60 seconds. And then passive-aggressively denied it at the end. That's what that sounded like. Actually, that's what that was. I'm just going to call it that like I see it. That's what that fucking was. But okay. None of it was backed up with anything other than how you felt about it, and that's fine. I understand. You are welcome to your valid points of how you feel about it. It does not mean that the rest of us have to accept it and or believe you. Because right now you sound like there's a huge lack of credibility in this person as far as an adult point of view. It has nothing to do with the topics at hand. As a matter of fact, it has to do with how she feels about the person who's speaking on the topic. And not even what the person says, because she can't point out what the person said that bothers her. But okay. Okay. If that's legitimate, we may have a problem. I mean, if that's considered legitimate, we have a big problem. That's the opposite of believable or legitimate. That's just, I don't know, popularist behavior of like, I'm right, I'm right.
Now, all these things will be lost when you apply a rule that says that everything must be equal. Now, until you can make it equal for men to have the babies just like women, then it is a double burden to the women to say that the rules for family support should be equal on the husband and the wife.
Huh? What? Well, we gotta have babies too, or else we can't. Phyllis, make it make sense. Holy shit, people were just like throwing anything at the wall to try to get, well, if we want women to be equal, then men should have babies too, or else it won't be equal. What the fuck are you talking about? Boy, that didn't age well, did it? Holy shit. People will say anything, and this is the other reason why I'm sharing this, is that Phyllis SHLAFLY still has a following to this day, by the way. And imagine, if you would, what background her following is from. And how they have aligned today. And who they've aligned with. You couldn't possibly imagine, could you? Huh. You know. Rhymes with grump. Yeah. She lived to be a right
ERA ends up in taking away the right of the wife to be supported by her husband and to have the...
So it takes away the right of the wife to be supported by the husband? Sounds like it's been turned on its head where it takes away the right of the husband to lord control over the wife. I could play it that way too. But okay, Phyllis.
Right of to get credit in the stores based on her husband's earnings and all the rights of a...
So she's assuming that that's the only way that can happen instead of including it in the future context, which is, by the way, what people often do, which is like to just exclude the fact that these things will be included, that these paradigms around the shift will change if something changes in society or culture or law. They act like we're still going to say the same, but the law, everything's going to change, or nothing else is going to change. No, that's called projection.
Can we talk about the draft? We know that the draft so far has been abolished until a national emergency, and already women are serving in the armed forces and the military.
Yes, and they have the best of both.
In other words, your shit just got called on. Women serve in the military. And let me go back to you real quickly, just to remind you, just so you remember, I'm sure you didn't forget, but just so you remember this conversation, like it's
real life, they don't want to do that.
50 years from the time of that conversation.
Fine, that's fine. But obviously, in reality, you can't. Like, if he said, right, women and men have to go to war, then who's going to look after the kids?
No, but they don't say they don't.
Kind of seems surrealistic now, right? Literally, the conversation 50 years ago, where the admission, a lot of opposition to basic human rights is people fear-mongering because what is she talking about? Yeah, what is she talking about, frankly? Phyllis SHLAFLY is a character I can't express to you how demeaning and demoralizing of an ideology she had while wearing a smile. She wanted women to be homemakers, and she is the ultimate Karen when they talk about them. We should call them Phyllises, not Karens. Be a lot more acceptable because nobody has the name Phyllis anymore. Because Phyllis is the female version of Philip, by the way, if you didn't know. I know I didn't know either till I was reading about it. But yeah, for some reason that's in her wiki. That's just weird. But the point here is that there's this surrealistic lack of identification that the standards by which we live in are not in the 1960s pre the ERA movement. Yet these gentlemen and everybody on this show is talking like, and a lot of people in the discords and a lot of people in the debate bros talk like, this isn't substantiated law. Yeah, I would definitely use Phyllis. Oh, me too. Me too. That Lita. She's just a Phyllis. Don't worry. I think it's a better Karen. Nobody can complain about it because there's nobody named Phyllis basically anymore. Yeah. What are you gonna get the 3 Phyllises left? They'll be like, don't worry. People call me Philly or something. You know. Well, anyways.
Go to war because. So
women go to war. Israeli military since the 60s.
But the reason that women say they don't go to war is not because they're staying at home to look after the kids. So what you're saying is
men stay home and look after the kids as well. Either side, there's nothing wrong with either side.
Then what they would argue is, no, we're not staying at home to look after the kids. We want equal rights as you. So
well, we want equal rights. It's a standard actually. It's a law already. It's a thing, and in the UK it was a thing long before it was in the US. It's almost as if revisionist history is working on the brains of those who don't know any better. Huh. Huh. Huh.
Yeah, I messaged her and told her she can. There she is.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
There she is.
Let me make it really.
By the way,
there's
femoid
a distinction between gender critical and radical feminist.
Where she goes on. Femoid has actually been in the audience listening the whole time. So the fact that Boots says what she does when she comes on, knowing that this person's been in the chat the whole time, is probably one of the most disingenuous. Yeah, calm down, Phyllis. Calm down. Yo, for real. It's so much. It's the multisyllabic sense of it. Because Karen is cool. It's got a hard K, but Phyllis, you can really hang on the S on that one. Okay, Phyllis. Yes, we shall now change Karen to Phyllis. It is said, so shall it be done. Oh yes, the producer is waking up. Calm down, Phyllis. Anyhow, so 2 seconds earlier, this person was just being pretty nasty about LUNE. LUNE is up. Let's just roll this back, because this is just very telling. Very telling about the behavioral differences of the now and the then. The lack of grace, in my opinion.
Yeah, I messaged her and told her she can. There she is.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
And then Love gives her the hi.
Let me make it really.
I'm sorry. She's lucky. I know people would just be like, fuck you. That's what I would do. I'd be like, excuse me, you fucking turd. I'd say something rude. I'd say something mean. I just started off in a fight. Because you already threw punches. You're sitting there throwing punches. It's not even a debate yet. It's not even anything. And by the way, there's that language. For somebody, Tom, this is where I gotta fault you. Lava's right, and you capitulated to it, by the way. And explain it. That it's easier to put debates on everything, and that's, it's a little bit of a misunderstanding of why Lav gets pulled up there. But I want you to notice that accountability, inclusion, concept, premise, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis are all important to some of the people here, but not everybody. And I don't even know if everybody is really aware of it, but boy, sure is some bullshit you're about to see in place of actual argument. And one of these people is being intellectual and the other person is just being, well, a bully or an attempted bully, poorly so, while using a cover of intellectual debate to be that bully, to get across their own personal feelings instead of just being honest about that. It's pretty fucking amazing for an adult. My opinion. It's fucking embarrassing for that adult. Not the one you think I'm talking about either.
Clear that there's
because I'm not part of this fucking clique. I don't give a fuck. I look at it from an adult's point of view.
So
I can tell you who won this debate. It's pretty easy.
Often known as just like just homophobic bigots.
It's not even a fucking debate.
Think that basically believe in biological essentialism, and radical feminists are gender abolitionists for the most part. And then also, I don't want to get too personal, but this idea that I'm somehow ruining feminism when you were dating a man who has posted photos of me without makeup to harass me.
And let me just validate that is true. This person has done a lot of different. The person she's talking about is a person named DK, who is an editor for Chud Logic. That is apparently Boot's boyfriend, so you'd have the context there. This is a person who actually does have some involvement in a community that's been known to do some pretty, well, I'd say, in my opinion, heinous things to other members, is from what appears to be alleged doxing to all kinds of like stuff you do when you're a teenager, but you let go when you're an adult, including, I have my belief that there's a lot of bot usage in that streaming side of the world. I mean, like, it is curious that somebody's company was just bought for like $50 million when it's just a website that leads people to, I mean, it looks like a normal website. It's odd stuff. But it's more odd that these people are hanging out with, they're not in their early 20s. They're in their upper 20s. And, some of the folks that I've found them hanging out with and on stream with and talking with and hanging out and basically going through Discord servers and, pulling up people's logs to watch what they watch. I would wonder if we went through their logs that aren't deleted or whatever it is that they do, if they would be as open to us sharing. Because I think we would find really, possibly, likely, I don't know, allegedly, incredibly bad things about those people. But that's a different subject for a different time that I've been building up over months now. It's not even really my report to share. That's somebody else's report in a public major newsprint article. That's yet to come out. The first shot across the bow happened about 2 weeks ago in one of the subset prints. But hey, you'll read it. You'll end up seeing it on your own. Just know, the fuck around and find out generation is just that. So even though there's plenty of little black hats running around, just remember, only eat out of the dish that you want to be served from. And only serve out of the dish that you want to eat from. And be wary how much you spoon out towards others, because you might find out that their spoons are held in many houses' drawers. Alright, I think we're clear.
Girl, you are not a feminist, you're a victim. You're a victim.
Let's give that the context. I'm sorry, there's some context to that.
But this idea that I'm somehow ruining feminism when you were dating a man who has posted photos of me without makeup
once again, that's
harass
fact.
Me.
That seems
Girl,
to be fact. It's her perception
feminist,
of what dealt with. Yeah, there was a lot of bullying.
Get out! See a therapist.
And she's no angel
either.
She's made a lot of mistakes.
$15,000 off this month. Tell him to use some of that money to get you a therapist, babe.
I don't know why you're
okay. She hit it back there.
Me instead of like.
You don't know what.
You just attacked me. Oh, I don't know why.
Hold on a second. This, my friends, is a form of lying
because you
that you're supposed to leave behind. That makes having a conversation with someone incredibly tough. Because now what she's done is made it so that LAV has to defend why she'd even say such a thing as a response. It's as if the person up above is in denial of what they were just saying moments ago. And if you want to, in context, literally 2 minutes earlier, this is 2 minutes earlier, not very long.
It's a good time to step in and be like, hey, you know, all of this shit that this
2 minutes earlier
pushed on us, like maybe this is not the way that we want to go. Like maybe it's going a little bit too far. And I feel like she's like the worst person to step in and be like, you're right, and this is what we should think. It's like the best thing that she could do for women would be to like totally stay out.
Yeah, I think she feels.
I feel for Tom right there. I've definitely been in that moment having that discussion where somebody says something really kind of wild, and you go, okay. I think she, and I love how he turns around. It takes him a second. So you can also see her in the chat, by the way. She's over here where she, there's a lot of people in the chat, but she's in the chat. There she is. Femoids cackling. That's actually what I think she's looking at right there. See it? Tom, well handled. That's why I give Tom credit, because he's like, hold on a second. The actual look on in Tom's mind is this. But he, well handled, Tom.
Okay, so when I talked to her, you said that like you felt like she was really badly like representing everybody else. Was there anything else that you felt like was misrepresentation?
Fuck, I talked about this the other day in a VC, and I couldn't pick out exact things that.
That's literally 2 minutes earlier from.
Yeah, I messaged her and told her she.
This.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
There she is.
Let me make it really clear that there's a distinction between gender credit.
Oh, sorry. Let me correct that. It is 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes. My bad. She could have lost all her memory in those 3 minutes.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
There she is.
Let me make it really clear that there's a distinction between gender critical and radical feminist.
By the way, if you read here,
gender
there's a lot of like, Femoid, you harass DK and you have a larger platform.
Homophobic bigots who
actually defending against someone is not
think that basically believe in biological essentialism.
That's actually how that went down.
And radical feminists are gender abolitionists for the most part.
Because they were stalking her wherever she went and none of the VCs and recording her. I know, because I ended up being in one of those recordings, even though they edited it out.
I don't want to get too personal.
Full well that if they got me in it, I'd come after them.
Feminism when you were dating a man who was
also they didn't think I was
photos
of
of
any
me without
importance.
makeup to harass me.
And that's a fact.
Girl, you are not.
That happened
feminist,
before she
you're a
went back at him.
You're a
And
victim.
actually, she sent people after him as far as like
Get out.
trolling in the server and stuff.
I mean, if you actually want to talk about this, like
$1,000 off this month, tell him to use some of that money to get you a therapist, babe.
I don't know why you're attacking me instead of like.
Because you started the mudslinging.
No.
I really do, but I don't know why you're attacking me. Because you attacked me, retard. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Let her respond. Hold on.
No.
My partner?
No. That is cynical lying. That is gaslighting. That's crazy person stuff. And it's just to frustrate the situation. And what's even weirder is that the audience, if you look, thinks that LAV is in the wrong here. Because they're taking into the whole picture of every story that they've been told, whether they know it or not, and just deciding that this person, her identity, her ideas, her everything, shouldn't be included just simply because they don't like her. Which, I mean, that could be a thing. Look, to each their own. But if you're going to let people debate, you have to listen to what they're talking about, not keep impressing upon the situation false association equivalency. Because that just makes you a child and that hasn't grown up from adolescent behaviors. And if you're doing it as an adult, shame on you. get out of the conversation. In fact, if you're in the conversation and you're pushing it and you're actually making actions that undermine other people's well-being, trust that I'm out here, I'm looking for you, I'm hunting. And I'm an excellent tracker. I get every single one of those I'm searching out. And I'll bring you to light in ways you probably won't be too stoked on. Because I won't be throwing pejoratives around unless I feel like it for jazz's sake. No, I'm going to be letting you speak in your own words and making you seem like, well, whatever you are. That's what I do. Remind you, the audience, to reach your hand out to others when the time is needed. To remind them that all these mental prisons are theirs, the imaginary kind, that are built for them by a structure we call the obelisk. It's this funnel represented, and a power structure represented by a physical structure we can see in every major country, in every major city around the world. And it's old as time. It represents a disconnected power at the top, funneling the energy of everything below it up. And it's imaginary. It's held in place by ideas. So my friends, do yourself a favor, do others a favor, and if you're standing there and you see someone in trouble, tell them to look up. Stop throwing that Michael's bedazzled poopy through the imaginary fucking bars of their imaginary rat-like cell. Fucking cell doors open. You need the sledgehammer or mirth? We're going to take it down together. That's what we're here for. Let's keep moving. And somebody just said something. Oh, pack mentality. That is exactly it. And this is why I point out that it is the early stages of the fascist idea, of the fascist behavior, because they just want to capitulate, whether it be to an authoritarianism or to a more, let's call it a neo-fascist sensibility, where they deny it even. But part of that denial, or change in language, is the way the politic of the mind usurps reality. For the sake of the colloquialism, for the sake of the tribe, for the sake of the pack. And individuality goes right out the fucking window. But I'd compare this more to somebody who's used to being the cool girl or the cool person and head of the pack. So everything they say is just, and they don't know the difference. They stunted themselves. And that happens. A bubble. An insular bubble can really stunt a person's growth, much less the fact that if people are adulated over at an early age, being told how smart they are, they'll start to buy into that bullshit. Meanwhile, their center self, it knows. It knows.
Both worlds. They have the same pay, the same rank, the same fringe benefits, but they're kept out of combat. And you know, men would be glad to take that kind of a deal if they could get it.
Wouldn't they be subject to the same exemptions as any man?
Well, but there were millions of people who served. Since the end of World War II, there have been 5 million young men drafted. Now, do you want 5 million young women drafted involuntarily?
That's a lie,
and
Phyllis.
sent in off to these wars that the politicians will surely get us into again.
I see. I really don't. I mean, you have real reasons, okay, but not hypocritical ones and not false ones. There is no draft now. I don't want another draft in 10 years. I don't think, I don't think...
But you know we'll get one.
No, I don't at all. There is nothing inevitable.
And there still hasn't been one.
War. And I think the American people have learned a lot from the Vietnam War, and there won't be, again, so easy a way of risking the lives of American boys or girls.
A lot of naive people said that after Korea. Well, we'll never get involved in another Asian war after Korea.
It's our responsibility that we not get involved. If there is such a thing as a just and necessary war, though, for the defense of the nation, there isn't any reason that women should be exempt on the basis of sex.
Well,
no reason at all. Why your daughter or mine should have any, right not to defend society when the sons
Okay, well, that's a fundamental difference between those who are for ERA and those who are against it. You think my daughter should serve. I think women should have the choice not to serve.
I think a woman wouldn't want her son killed any more than she'd want her daughter killed.
Right.
I'm sorry. When the moderator hands down the body slam... SHLAFLY on the ground, moderator body slam from the ropes. Woo! That was amazing. Hot damn.
That's right. Shouldn't a woman have a right to defend her country as a man has a right?
She's got the right. If she feels that's her obligation, I think she should run, not walk, into the nearest recruiting office and sign up.
Do you?
But you are
By the way, you
absolutely
notice that there's a similarity in the attitudes of the patronizing, like, oh, you think you're smart, because they're actually being challenged when they maybe have not been otherwise, really. Or they maybe have a lot of people supporting and protecting them in an insular fashion or an insulated fashion.
Taking away the rights of the young women by ERA, and you have to be kidding to call that an advance for women.
Can we move on to another point, support? Now, Phyllis, you mentioned that a man has, or a woman has the privilege or the right to have her husband support her. Are you familiar with McGuire versus McGuire in Nebraska of 1953?
Oh, sure. That's the only case the proponents can cite out of all the thousands of domestic relations cases in this country. And that doesn't prove anything except don't marry a man to reform him.
No, but Betty, are you familiar with the McGuire versus
Well,
McGuire?
I simply know that the law and the courts do, as long as a marriage is intact, the law does not interfere between
an ongoing marriage.
No, the law interferes in ongoing marriages all the time. What do you think abortion is? The law comes in and says a woman can kill her own unborn baby and the father doesn't have anything to do with it.
But the law doesn't say that you have to. The law says you have a choice.
The law doesn't.
Once again, body slam by the moderator. Yes. What happened to her? Where is she? Oh, yeah. She's been hosting our debates the past number of years. You don't recognize her? Anyways, the presidential debates. That's right.
Say that any woman, because she's married to a man, can, like some fairy tale, get any house, get any
no, it's
money,
in accord with his means. In accord with his means.
The law doesn't interfere.
In most states, it's
and by the way, you notice that
SHLAFLY
SHLAFLY uses a biblical phrase, in accordance with his means. In accordance with his means. What does that fucking mean? In accordance with his capability? Yes, but that's exactly. It's exactly what FREIDAN is saying. That there's an expectation that we're only capable of what we're capable of. Excuse me. Oh, that's called good chirping. Woo! Chirpine! Yeah! Come on! Sorry, my bad. Hold on 1 second. Let's get a real close up on this one. Let's get it real close. All right. That's better. All right. Where am I? Exactly.
It has to support it. Now, do you want to put the wife under criminal penalty?
This is not only not true, and it is not true, for women in existing marriages, but even when there has been a divorce, and now it's like, you have to realize the insecurity that most.
ERA is not going to keep your husband around if you can't keep him yourself.
It is not.
Not the plan.
But what the inequity now, and the reason we need ERA, is that if the marriage ends in divorce, there isn't any provision that.
The reason we need ERA is because there isn't any provision prior to that. Oh, how the young forget. Or just don't know because they weren't there for it. And then assume that it doesn't exist. Or it just has always been. Because they have what others did not. That revisionist history by, allowance, by omission. By the fact that privilege allows folks to not know the difference in many cases. This is a dangerous and is an actual slippery slope where the ice carries you all the way down to the bottom faster than you could possibly fucking imagine when you don't have respect for the recent past. It's just that simple, folks. It really is. We have to know these things. You have to express the fact that if we don't have a tie to what happened, we would tend to assume that nothing has happened until we thought of it. And then, you're out there working for months on that wheel thing, except you were calling the circlies thingy. Except problem is, somebody already invented a thing called the wheel. You're way behind. You should just try the wheel first. See if you can, innovate that. And if you can't, utilize it like everybody else and accept it for what it is. Or don't. I mean, that's your choice. Or maybe make it a unicycle. Hey, there's lots of options. But it's still the fucking wheel. Okay? It exists. It is. You can't really get rid of it. You could if you tried, but I mean, like, why? You're undermining yourself only out of a sense of, entitlement to something you don't know any difference about. It's really weird. It's really weird. And it's actually fascist.
That gives the work of the wife equal value.
Well, but look, under the existing custom, she usually gets the children, and that's worth a lot more than money.
Sorry. I want you guys to hear this logic right here. It's about the fact that children are worth more than money.
You have to realize the insecurity.
Biblical belief.
ERA is not going to keep your husband around if you can't keep it yourself.
It is not. But
and by the way, that was a slam to FREIDAN, who is a divorced single mom. So SHLAFLY was giving her the old Brittany Venti. Sideways steps down.
Now, and the reason we need ERA is that if the marriage ends in divorce, there isn't any provision that gives the work of the wife equal value.
Well, but look, under the existing custom, she usually gets the children, and that's worth a lot more than money. If you knew, you see, I am divorced, and I don't know your situation, but if you knew the reality of the economic problems that women are facing in divorce, if you knew in my own state, for instance, where there's been a 1,000% increase in the divorce rate, and how women 1 year after divorce can't collect child support, and sometimes they can't even take care of their children. Yes, but aren't they glad they've got the children?
And so they need the Equal Rights Amendment. But they need the Equal Rights Amendment to remove
it has nothing to do, whether they're glad they have the children or not, it has nothing to do with the predicament they're in.
Waltz around the way you do, going to law school, leaving
and you can waltz around like I do too.
But I mean, I understand the economic problems.
By the way, that right there is privileged entitlement. One, it was both cynical. She knew that's not true, and she smiled at the end because she knew that it's a joke. She's being pejorative. And two, it is the enactment of white girl entitlement. Phyllising. Let's call it Phyllising. She's being a Phyllis right there. Straight out Phyllis.
Of women who, even if they are married, their husbands are being laid off.
Why should the woman always get the child? Maybe the woman isn't always deserving.
She doesn't. If she isn't deserving, she doesn't. But where things are roughly equal,
the judge determines that in the final analysis.
Sure, if she isn't a fit mother, she shouldn't get the child. But she has a presumption that other things being equal, she gets the child. However, ERA is not going to get her support payments for her child. In fact, ERA says...
Oh, really? Boy, that didn't age well. Hold on, I think we need a special, Phyllis. Yeah, that didn't age well at all. Yeah. Woo! Stank. That one had a stank on it. Sorry, toe beans. I got toe beans over here.
Versus me saying that the ideas that you are professing.
Oh my god, that's so weird. It's almost like your partner has literally tweeted at my boyfriend for months. Dude, you're so fake. You're so dishonest. You've been dishonest.
By the way, I want you to notice the commentary going on from the peanut gallery. Somebody says, this is turning into a nice roast. I'm unironically Scorpio. I don't want to get too personal. Girl. I would have said something like that, by the way. LAV is so pathetic, LMAO. Tom letting LAV be disrespectful. How? Tom let... This is what I'm talking about. The angle of the audience and then the echo chamber. That's fairly disconnected from... any normal perception of the situation, where I don't need to know what's going on with her. I don't need to know. There's nothing I need to know about the situation beyond this situation. No matter how much context you want to give it, I'm not in fucking high school. I look at this, I go, oh, if there is some other background, okay, cool, but it has nothing to do with this particular conversation and situation and or Boots' behavior before, during, and then turns out afterwards. So this isn't the only debate, it's the one I'm sharing. So let me just tell you, as an adult, who's almost 50, if I ran into somebody in my workplace this way and they were under my auspice, I would actually take somebody like Boots into my office already and say, I'm going to need you to keep the personal stuff outside. And if you don't like somebody, handle it outside and leave it there. Now, this is online, so that's different. It's a social-like atmosphere. Parasocial at best. But I'd still actually end up ostracizing her out of groups because she's done that apparently to other people. And I've been in a space where she led a whole group of 15 people in ostracizing the person below. It makes her more the bully than LAV. Now, why don't they trust LAV? They don't trust LAV because they believe that she has filed false claims against people more than once. And whether that's true or not, at this point in this conversation is neither here nor there because that has nothing to do with the conversation. Unless, of course, you're committing to what's called FE, false association equivalency. Falsely associating the person with the topic and thereby denying their topic because of the person. If that's what you do, you're a bigot. You heard me. You want me to repeat it? If that behavior sounds like you, you're practicing bigotry. Prejudice. In a bad way, and adolescently so. You don't like it? Fuck off. Period.
The husband no longer has the obligation.
But are we getting support payments for the child without ERA?
Well, you're getting a lot.
You are a TERF. If you say it with your whole
Are you
chest.
using TERF as an insult now? I don't understand.
No, you are a TERF. You're just being dishonest. You're being disingenuous. Say it with your chest.
It's disingenuous.
Yeah, I love that, by the way. And that, by the way, I don't think a lot of people understand LUNE when she's talking. I don't simp for her. I know she's done some real fucked up shit. She has clearly problems. I think there's a lot of people on drugs. I don't know if it's her. I'm just saying. Might have affected things. I've heard her talk about stuff. It has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with this topic. That's my whole point. Nobody's fucking perfect. And if you assume that you are somehow pious, as Blur called it earlier, great word, by the way. And you're one of these folks who is basically, we don't know if they're 12 or they're 24. And by the way, I love Provo, cook 'em Femide. Everybody who's an actual adult supports LUNE. Everybody who's an adult who thinks like a child who just wants to be on a tribal side to be accepted because they're actually fucking seemingly lonely or an incel, or, you know, they think, I mean, this whole simp thing, it's like, it's fucking disturbing. It's like you can't like somebody, you can't be kind to them, you can't what? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Be a kid, be a young adult, be a person in your early 20s, and just enjoy that shit. Stop trying to create some following, a cult. Most of you are trying to create cults and don't even know what you're doing and don't even know that you are. And then you fuck some shit up for other people. Cut it the fuck out. That's me being an elder, just saying, wow. Watching you just coming in, don't have to need any context, just observing it. It's the kind of stuff where it sounds to me like summer camp that nobody knew was going on, that none of the adults knew they needed to be supervising. Because clearly, there's a lot of supervision that needs to be had just in the fact that you can hear it in the language, much less the behavior of denial, evasion. Which is why when somebody gets paid $50 million, after that's all they've been doing, it makes me concerned about the next generation of politics and talking heads. Is this what we're seeing? I digressed.
I'm not. I don't exclude trans people. I don't mind if trans people.
Do you think trans
exactly? And by the way, it's not so much about the young people. Blur. I wish it was just about the young people. It is not. It's about a small subset of a wide age group that actually runs up to about 40. So it's not young people. It is a group of people that have been brainwashed by a access and lack thereof manufactured for them, both in social environment, social engagement, history, and humility, sold to them on a platter, fed to them to give their dopamine a rush, and their oxytocin a depravity. It can't be taken too lightly. But people do. They'd call me a schizo for it, despite the evidence, overwhelming history, and immense changes in the way the American populace has behaved. And there's many factors. It's not just one. But the majority of them, the majority of the factors actually, have to do with this. Staring at this. Which is why I call my show Look Up. Because most people are not. I've literally seen it visually, and it's because of some people that I was working with, really honestly, where this idea actually came from, where I was constantly saying to them, look up, look up. Yeah, schizo is another pejorative with no meaning behind it. It's just an easy way to deflect away from engaging, away from, well, tough conversation that may challenge. And that's what a lot of this is. The, well, everybody agrees with me. That makes me right. Because democracy. Except that's not how democracy works either. It's not just the majority. It's much more complicated than that. Unless you're in Congress. And even then, there's a massive amount of movement to make those things happen. And there's a massive amount of negotiations. But apparently, in the world of WNL, in the gaming world, none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the win. The win. The clout. The bag. Me. Meanwhile, in a world that doesn't give a two flying fucks about any of that, 20 million people. It's just enough people to make an effect around the planet, and not enough to be effective in any one culture. On the streets in real life. But where the culture is prevalent, prominent, those voices, through Reddit, 8chan, or whatever the fuck you want to call these different devices, Twitter, now the threads, and a million other places like Discord and such. These voices are sitting in insular bubbles, screaming at each other. A minutia of dialectic that never synthesizes past the convenience of their own wants, ideas. And this is starting to sound like, fuck, Brave New World, for real. Giving in to the authoritarian because you're too lazy to fucking think for yourself, and it's so much easier to be part of the tribe that goes, ah, or yeah, ah, or yeah, all at the same time, because then you can look to your side and then you know what to think. So much easier, right? Fuck that. Fuck all that.
Women.
No.
You are a TERF, babe. You're being, you're being
I'm
dishonest.
so glad that you figured it out, Liv. You've totally defined TERF. If you say that trans women...
By the way, that is called an evasion and deflection, and it's also a denial, and it's not engaging the actual thing that she just said. There's no, well, why would you say that? What defines me? Though I'm defined by X, Y, and Z. No, it's a pejorative back. So basically, right now, we're just looking at a mud flinging match between somebody who started it by flinging mud and is already asked twice, why would you say that? Why would you say that? When 3 to 4 minutes earlier, they were literally flinging mud. It's only because the person is in front of them that they're acting this way. That's called, my friends, let me just boil it on down to a very simple word. You ready? Being a coward. A Tar Heel. An asshole. In my opinion.
Exclusionary is synonymous with male exclusionary radical feminism.
Okay,
That's
then call
what
it a
it
MRF, but you called me a TERF.
That's what that is. So you don't think...
You called her a TERF, actually.
Trans men.
5.5 minutes ago.
Yes.
Because they're female. Okay, you're a
As
TERF.
could you.
Yes, I'm a TERF.
She's self-admitted.
But that's not trans-exclude. I'm not scared of it. It's just inaccurate. Like, I want a more accurate description.
What do you think my feelings towards trans people are? What do you think my feelings towards trans people are?
Excellent question. To get it to turn around, to get the thought out there and see what she's thinking.
You resent them for taking things that you have hated about yourself growing up and
okay, so first off, all of this, it already starts on the premise that she used earlier, which means that this is a projection to start with. She's already describing the premise that she gave. And then she turns it into pejorative, the things you hate about yourself. Well, if you're already projecting, that's a Freudian slip. I don't even know if she knows she's doing that. Tom is hearing it. I see it in his eyes like, I'm gonna just sit here. I wonder what Sassafras was saying. I would love to hear.
A parody. That's. I mean, you've said as much. So like sorry, are we in angry mode? Should I be trolling or should I answer?
No, you should be engaging in the conversation as it is. What the fuck patronizing behavior is that? That's weird.
Well, you came in really hot. When I was
because I did. That's what I'm known for, babe. You're
forget about that.
The program, baby.
Boy, that's a nice way to say that.
I haven't even really talked about you except when prompted. So I don't know why you think
I met your man. I met your man. I'm sure I'm a household name.
Okay, we're not the same person.
I'd agree with her. I'm sure she is.
And it's very it's really telling that you feel
Is it very feminist to wish that a woman kills herself after she gets doxxed? Is that very feminist?
Okay, so
and by the way, that is a factual reference to something that went down. Doesn't sound very feminist to me. Actually, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a callous, cruel, self-absorbed, solipsistic adolescent child. Something that you do in high school because you think you're smarmy and smart, and then you have a bunch of people hanging around you that then nod at you saying that that's okay. Let me just tell you, from the adult point of view, if you did that out in the public, you might get tackled. You do it in certain spaces, you might get sued. Do it in other spaces, especially the bar, and the wrong side of town. Watch the fuck out. It's all good behind the screen. Don't do that shit in real life. Okay? And if you do it behind the screen, have the humility to recognize that you're behind the screen. Yeah, Emily, a lot of projection going on. Just like super amounts of, apparently there's flooding in Montpelier, Vermont. Our gender-free TV is live. You know something deep is going down.
I don't think she even considers you a TERF. I think that she doesn't think that like anybody's
really
a TERF. Right, but you're using what she's saying when she says like, well, I'm not a TERF. You're using the way she's talking about it against her when she's saying you're not even a TERF.
I was you 6 months ago when you.
Which is not. By the way, that's a whole other thing. That is that's revisionism. That's arbitrarism, as in she believes she can be the arbiter of what another person believes or thinks based off of her perception of the situation, not giving anybody else the credence. That, my friend, is a fascist idea. You believe you can control the narrative of another person's being an ideology or idea. That's fascism. I think these kids are buying into something and don't realize they're buying into it. I say kids because when you're talking like this, like she is, and she's not the only one. It's the whole crew. The whole crew is interested in interpersonal issue as news, like high school, passing notes. Who's got all the signatures in the book? Who's more popular? Because they never got out of fucking grade school. They maybe went to uni, but they never really had the socialization of adulthood. And if they did, they're still stuck to this stuff. Let me just show you an example of the difference. Once
A lot more than you'll get under ERA.
A real conversation.
The ERA will not change that
between two parties that don't agree.
But by saying that the Constitution must apply equally to women, there will now be the possibility of undoing the inequities that, for instance, do not put any value whatsoever on the work that the woman has been doing in the home. Do you know that a woman, say, has been married 19 years, and most of those 19 years she's been home taking care of the kids, and that's the situation of a lot of women today. Okay, there is a divorce. Whether she chooses it or not, there's a divorce, and the husband remarries. She is not insured for her old age in her own right on that 19 years of that whole 19 years where she's been at home taking care of the kids and he has, built up his income. She is not entitled to anything if he remarries and then he dies or she reaches 65. No way, the way it is now, that is unequal.
Well, Betty, where does the Equal Rights Amendment come in to benefit her if that should happen when she goes back into the workforce?
If we get the Equal Rights Amendment, I think we would very quickly have a court case that would say that it is that Social Security laws, pension plans, all of these things must insure the woman in her own right. Must insure the woman in her own right and not as a spouse.
Yes, that will only be achieved by requiring the husband to pay double Social Security taxes.
I'm making a video essay. It's coming out.
By the way, she was right.
Stay tuned.
She was 100% right.
Tom. You're gonna love it.
Betty Friedan called the future. She knew what was coming.
I'm not gonna show my face anywhere else ever again. Music career over. I'm coming out.
That is the difference. To my career? My career is dependent on you being freaking crazy all the time.
No. This is actually this is gonna be big because I'm gonna have my first work. I'm gonna have like my first thing out. I'm not just gonna be like a personality. I'm gonna have.
I want you to pay attention to what the
it's gonna be sick
behavior up in the top left is in response to that.
But no, it's more. Of course, I've read the wikis. But I've read a little more than the wikis. I've consumed a little more content than the wikis. So what you were talking about.
By the way, if I was challenged that same way, that's probably something I'd say too. Sure, I've read the wikis, but I've probably read quite a bit more than that too. But all right, so what's your point? It's called cynicism in return to rhetorical pejorative. Totally fair within the actual realm of debate, because that is the way an adult responds to that shit, is to be cynical to it, to be like, are you fucking all right? I'm not gonna be pejorative to you, but you are being pejorative to me, so I'm gonna be cynical towards you and cynical towards what you just said, because what you said was a rhetorical pejorative or an evasive manner, or just rude, just fucking rude. Holy shit. God damn. Some people are just, did they even, yeah, she must know. Yeah, I mean, I would love to talk to LAV about this. I would love, I hit her up. I did. She has the links. She has the link. I hit her up. In fact, you know what? Let me invite her. I will invite her. Since the audience has requested. Yeah, hold on one second. I'll invite her. I doubt she's going to show. She hasn't responded to me but once in 3 months, so. Not that I hit her often, but I hit her with the news of, oh yeah, sorry. She changed, and I'm not going to share the new name, but I will invite. Oh! I'm not going to share the new name, but that's amazing. Anyways, okay. Yes! Fuck yeah, she's kind of cool. Ooh, a couple more people. All right, well, let's keep going with this portion. Yeah, I would love to talk to her as well, Emily. I think that she could shed light on the conversation, as well as I would love to hear her takes on the SHLAFLY v. More importantly, I'd love to hear her take on, because I told her that I thought she was the modern Betty Friedan in a lot of ways, at least the way that she communicates and argues and stands. And I don't think that the people around her in her group even understand that kind of intellectual language or openness or allowance of things or character or to play characters. I just don't think they have the intellectual or emotional comprehension skills in a lot of cases. I think they're too busy focusing on what they think it should be instead of seeing what it is and taking it at face value, appreciating it, giving it room for grace, and including it like themselves. Because, by the way, we should always allow the grace that we expect from others for ourselves.
Butler's performativity theory. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. Saying yes is one thing.
Explain it in your own words.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's that, okay, so performative language, the initial performative language is when a child is born and the doctor says it's a boy or it's a girl. This is what,
that's actually not correct.
Creates this
that, straight off the bat, that's actually not correct.
Have to conform to.
And LAV is giving her a lot of space to hang herself right now.
So, Judith Butler is a post-modernist, post-structuralism, gender queer theorist. Okay?
I do too.
And
She's saying,
basically,
like,
I don't like some of the things she's done, but I like that she stands on her own 2 feet and goes, fuck you.
I love that
She's
you
very
literally
punk rock.
just said what performative language is.
No,
that is how she defines performative language.
No,
and
she did not say performative language. She said performative. Yeah. Relax, Phyllis. Relax. Speaking of which, relax, Phyllis. And I love the confabulation, the confusion on the part of the person who wasn't actually listening. They're just waiting to speak. I'm calling this out because a lot of people will think that she's the one who won the argument, which is insane. Like, you literally have to be disconnected, and just be tribally motivated, I would have to gather. Time to get serious. What about what I want? If you read what's going on here, it's all just trolling for the most part, or valor-seeking appreciation. It's very weird, to be honest with you. It seems like a lot of very lonely people trying to have very intellectual conversations, imprinting and implanting their own projections into the conversation instead of having the conversation about the topic to find a solution. Because what I'm hearing right now is starting to turn into a tit for tat. It has been from get-go, anyway.
Modernist, post-structuralism, gender queer theorist.
Not this.
Okay, and
She's saying like performing acts.
Performative. No. So performativity theory means that.
Thank you.
Reality.
I love that you literally just said what.
No, you said what one of the comparative actions or one of the examples of the actions thereof of performative theories, behaviorals are. You didn't summarize. No, the reason I'm saying this is because I had to fucking look this shit up. And I'm like, what is this anyway? LUNE smashes her. She's absolutely 100% correct, even if she's reading it off the page to be correct. And it should have embarrassed the person above, but it doesn't. But then again, she's kind of pulling a SHLAFLY up there.
Performative language is.
No,
that is how she defines performative language, and you tell me I'm wrong.
I haven't even said what the performativity theory is, baby. Relax.
Performativity theory, not the action, not the behaviors.
Is that words determine our reality.
Thank you.
So that now physiology, the sex body, is meaningless. It's
and I want you to notice that up above, instead of having humility, instead of having grace to say, as you've probably heard me say before on a panel, oh man, I misunderstood. I apologize. No, I got that wrong. No, I hear you. You're right. I don't know anything about that. Or no. Oh shit, really? I missed all of that. I must have missed it in my haste. Humility goes a long fucking way to showing that you have even the slightest ounce of self-reflection, self-awareness, or actual wisdom, much less knowledge. Wisdom is at the end of knowledge. But if you don't have any of that, you might respond reactionarily or without grace.
The only thing that is real is the words, the socialization, which you have made an argument for, Tom.
But she's talking about the categorization, yes.
Yeah, but so that's post-structuralism, postmodernist. It's meaningless. It means that...
And this blur is part of the bigger issue, yes, and in fact, this is part of the point that I always make, that to a lot of these people, it's W's and L's, which isn't real life, that immediately precludes them from an actual conversation because they just want to win, and there's never capitulation or moving of the dial. It's just ideology for ideology's sake, and it's non-synthesizing, thereby becoming the act of fascism in thought. And then it tends to be that the behaviors follow thereafter. And that's fucked up. That's what I'm watching. That's what I'm concerned about. Because this is the early stages of it. I'm looking at history. And over again, whether we called it fascism at the time or not, this is how the fucking Takamata got a bunch of people to agree to create the programs. This is how the fucking witch hunts and trials started. Simple things folks taken for granted. The banality of evil, my friends, is in the details that the devil brings. It turns into ideology, though, because if I was to ask any further about what they believe, Blur, and I say this, I say that it's that too. But in the end, it becomes an ideology because they act it out. They act it out as a politic. They act it out as a character. They act it out as a sole personality, thereby making it the ideology. Just like making pizza your personality. Literally makes pizza your ideology at some point. Because then the only thing you can be consumed with or think about is pizza, and that's what's important to you. It's just one of them. We can have more than one, by the way, of course. But that's why I would assume that becomes that. It isn't, maybe not innate to it, but it is an end result. Just like how you can't have, you generally don't have authoritarianism without fascism, but you definitely have fascism without authoritarianism. You know what I mean? Anyway. Not always associated, but can be different facets of things, you know? So, but this is one of the things, is what I'm talking about is the way of thinking. So that the ideologies become reality later on. And that's where it is important to not just take it for granted that these are things we can slough off, because they're not. I've looked at this history and it is repetitive. It's when people start not keeping an eye on that shit and going, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? On a regular basis within society, amongst each other, and be like, I care about you, but that's wacky. You know, unless we do that. Yes, definitely a dynamic between the two. And there is a balancing between the two. And I'd even argue that there's moments in history where we become more ideological or more empathic or more dynamically emotional beyond empathic or more stoic. I think that we definitely go through phases of these things and they battle with each other. Even in the meta, I think there are some minor monolithic attempts within human culture overall where you see attributes of personality also lend themselves to become ideology and then back again. They feed off of one another, and you're right, between temperament and ideology, and that's a good way to put it. But there's also, I think there's three other sets in there. There's the influence of art and science and values of religious intent and how we see so many things. We're so like the onions. That's why it's so hard to talk about some of these things, because the fixation on one topic as the only element, unless we're talking about politics to create policy, one should be open to a flow like jazz, unless you're trying to synthesize, once again, a policy or an idea. That's my take on it. Otherwise, it becomes, once again, controlling. Easier to say than fascist, because I don't think it quite lends itself to that, but a controlling facet in a lot of this stuff where it's like, you can't talk about anything else because I want to fixate on this shit and then be right. And sometimes there's no right or wrong. It's just a topic that nobody can quite get the center on, because there is no center on it. It's seen by too many parties. Felt by too many parties. And that's why we have to talk about these things and not be pejorative, not be rude, because we find a communal agreement or understanding by seeing all the differences and appreciating them. Seeing that we have a closer responsiveness or closer agreement than further away, just by seeing what each and every one of our ideas is individually. It sounds contradictory, I know, but it's really truly not, because when you're sitting at a table, the best creative meetings are had when everybody's ideas are included and everybody's ideas are appreciated, and they're summed down to the best of all parts based off of the group. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody agrees. That just means the cooperation was had to find a wide, integrated, both perspective and a respectful presentation of what the group actually is. That's not monolith. That's a salad. That's a soup. That's a gumbo. That's art. Good art, at least. Oh, speakeasy. Everybody's in. I love that Provo's in the crowd. Provo! Anyhow, where are we? I think we should take it back to Schlafly.
On his wife in the home. And this means that the average family where the wife is in a home will be hit for the family tax of another almost $1,000 a year.
Yes,
now, that's the only way you're going to get that. And it's a very high cost of ERA.
That was a lie, by the way. What percentage of women, I want to know, if any of you have the figures, are getting alimony now. And how can you explain...
Well, I don't know, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
7%. How can you explain the phenomena already without the ERA?
I'm sorry, Betty with the talking straight over. Ignore her, she doesn't know. 7%. Fuck yeah, Betty. I love you, Betty.
Men are receiving alimony from some women.
Because it's a matter of state law. In about half the states, alimony only goes from the husband to the wife, and about the other half, it can go either way. And you can run your state the way you want it. Now, I don't think we're going to improve things by letting HEW decide these things, which is what ERA will do. It transfers these authorities to the federal government.
It does not?
And Section 2 says that the federal government will have the power to enforce it. And I think it's better to decide our alimony laws, our divorce laws, our marriage property laws at the state level, where in most states women have a better deal than men.
Well, I happen to believe that the Constitution of the United States of America is a very important document. And I happen to believe that the Bill of Rights is essential. Well, it evolves and it's essential for Americans. And there are liberties and colleagues, I don't take them lightly in the year 1976. And I think that it is high time they be applied equally to women. And with all the hypocrisy, that is all the Equal Rights Amendment, and that is what it says, that the Bill of Rights to the Constitution and the Constitution of the United States shall be applied equally to women. That means that there will be a constitutional underpinning on the laws against sex discrimination that now exists, and there will be the constitutional underpinning to remove the remaining areas of inequity that plague women and that really are economically enormously damaging to.
And by the way, our country was changed by the inclusion of women into the economic public, into the system, into capitalism. Why? Because redlining also applied to women. It applied to bank accounts. It applied to credit. You had to have your husband's name, and you used your husband's name. You weren't an individual, you were a property piece. And if you didn't know that, you might think that this is all just a lot of hoo-ha, and why would they want that? You don't want to be drafted. No, my friends, we're not talking about just the simple minutia. We're talking about the important minutia, the important day-to-day life, the important involvement of being a full human, like everybody else, equal, capable of doing whatever you see fit to do, having a bank account, buying a home, investing your money, taking a trip, getting a passport, being a real estate agent, being a banker, you name it. Before ERA in 1976, when it hadn't even passed, which it didn't pass until 1980, by the way, didn't go into effect until 1980. I'm sorry, it was passed in 78. If we didn't have that, my mother still wouldn't have been able to be on the deed to the house or the title. My mom wouldn't have been able to get her own credit cards. My mom wouldn't have, in my lifetime. And neither would, most likely, many of the women around. So I would challenge that folks are really, really taking for granted with their behavior and ideas, disassociated from where we have just recently been, all of the things that they've been given. And maybe it's because the conversation is being had with somebody who's not in the United States or something. I don't know. If you're in the United States and you believe, as Pearlie does, beware. Y'all just got that right. Don't throw it away now when you're starting to understand it and utilize it and really come into your own and believe those that would have you trash it to deny and revise 40 years of work now. Because it was only 40 years ago. Holy shit. In my lifetime, I was like 8, 7. I was like 7, 6. No, I was 6. I was 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now that I've said all of the numbers.
It's philosophy, jingle jangle. It means fucking nothing.
Excuse me, my underwear is riding up my ass today.
Non-binary.
It's not the pretty
now,
kind either.
That they've since gone back. I have no fucking clue. But what I think is more compelling is Simone de Beauvoir's definition of all of this, which is basically that one is not. It's the opening line that one is not born a woman, one becomes one, and I think that is extremely compelling. So when we talk about gender, Tom, you really give merit to gender the philosophy or gender the performance. You think that should be what reality is, and it's not.
He never said that he thinks that's what reality should be.
He talked about this
we know that
before.
they're there, but do we act on them? Yes,
Let's see
we
what
need names. I'm not arguing.
a leader of this topic
names,
says.
Because any group that has been nameless has a right to self-name. The power of naming is huge. We need to make the invisible visible, and that is very precious. But categories can be the enemies of connection. And we must get past that. We must go from dependence to independence and then to interdependence. We've had a declaration of independence, good thing, we need that. But then we need to go on to the declaration of interdependence. We need, especially, I think, to understand it and to express it with the two great conundrums of this in many countries, which is sex and race. We must see that they are connected. The black suffragist in the South who said to her white suffragist sisters, a pedestal is as much a prison as any other small space, understood that. But do we understand it? You know, I just think we should declare the last 500 to 5,000 years because it depends where you are when this started. Here it was only 500 years ago. An experiment that failed. And we to declare tonight the first meeting of the post-patriarchal, post-racist, post-nationalist, post-monotheist. I mean, we have to admit that if God looks like the ruling class, we are all in deep shit. So, now, if you think of it that way, right, I think it helps us to understand the politics of religion, and that's my final really point. We have to admit the politics of religion. We cannot just let them have free reign, whoever they are, you know. In
You
all
can't
the
let them have free reign, whoever they are. Huh.
Yes, but again, when we talked about it, I was saying that I'm not being prescriptive. I'm not saying this is what it should be.
then
I'm
you
just
say- then
describing
Tom,
what
you
is
say
being
nothing.
communicated with the word. Yes, I am saying
I would
nothing.
say-
I'm literally
I'm
saying
letting you cook,
that
and
this
you're
is.
just boiling water. Tom.
She's right.
Yes, no, I am saying nothing. Like, and I try my best to like be clear with that. That I am saying nothing. I'm
Then
not
how
pushing
are you
an idea.
debating someone while saying nothing, Tom?
We're not debating. I
She's-
came on here to talk to it.
He was
because I
playing
feel like
barrier.
You have made a
He was
very
playing barrier.
like you were making all of this about yourself when you're talking about like.
Okay, stop.
What
are
Stop. Before she says it, the fuck you talking about, crazy lady? The only reason she's up here is because you were sitting there talking shit knowing she was in chat. How much more fucking childish does a person need to be? You're an adult. What the fuck is wrong with you? I feel like I've been saying this a lot to people in this group. I don't know. Do I need a new script? Hold on, let me finish it. That is utter motherfucking bullshit. Do you like that one? Should I run it back? You want me to run it back? What is wrong with you? How old are you? You aren't the fucking cool girl. You're just an editor's girlfriend or some shit who hangs out online. What the fuck do you do? Anyhow, did that work for you? You want me to get a little more cathartic? All right. I don't know. I know what she does. I don't know what she does. And that matters. Background matters. Because if I was to just take apart the backgrounds here, one of them, when I did the research, everything I find is a lot of like weird shit talking, like as if somebody's at a fucking high school table and then in denying that they're shit talking later on when confronted about that, hanging out with people much younger who are doing like black hat shit underneath cover of thinking that they're trolls, botting, all kinds of wild stuff. All kinds of wild stuff. And why do I say this? Because I've tracked it through 2 different servers. Lots of different stuff that's left in the wake. Lots of twitting. Lots of fucking connection back to the boyfriend. Who's done, oh my, that's a whole other thing. Like, I think this dude's in his 30s. Holy shit, you'd think they're like 21 or 19, 17. I think that dude was really in my opinion, if I didn't know, I think the dude would be 17. But he's not. And he's apparently making money off of editing for somebody else. But, I've got my ideas that may not, I don't know. Okay, that could not be. I noticed that there's a couple people maybe not so happy with me. Okay, that's fine. Such is life. I'm not so sure on what it is these people think they're achieving in the world. I do know what the observational effect is, that they're dogpilers, they're high schoolers, they're just never emotionally becoming intellectual, more so than not. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Talking about? What are you talking about?
Let her finish.
You've
and then
come
you
on
can find
here
out what she's talking
and
about.
made it about yourself again. So I'm sure
She
that you
started by
understand.
talking
You
about her.
regularly
How could it not have been a conversation about her addressing the things were being said?
I feel like what
That's
you are
insane
saying
gaslighting,
is
by the way.
based on words that you've heard other people say.
And just so you don't think that I'm, just so you don't forget. Of course, I have clips. So here's insult 1.
people who are gender critical. This is people like J.K. Rowling or people like LAV, or I don't know. She's been reading more now, so maybe she's actually becoming a feminist.
That's an insult.
But it's a good time to step in and be like, hey, you know, all of this shit this ideology that has been pushed on us, like maybe this is not the way that we want to go. Like maybe it's going
That would
a little
be
bit
fair.
too far.
If
And I feel like she's like the worst person to step in and be like,
it didn't
you're
include
right,
this.
and this is what we should think. It's like
And
the
who are
best
you?
thing that she could do for women would be to like totally stay out.
Yeah, you're just another person with another asshole and another opinion. So, you know, maybe you're the one who needs to stay out. I don't know.
Yeah, I
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
she feels the same way about lots of other feminists right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I talked to her, you said that like you felt like
Get out! See a therapist.
I mean, if you actually want to talk about this, like
$50,000 off you this month, tell him to use some of that money to get you a therapist, babe.
I don't know why
Use
you're attacking me instead of like.
You
like,
just attacked me. Oh, I don't know why.
No.
Those clips are within 4 minutes, 5 minutes at the most of each other.
Retard. I can do
Hold
whatever
on,
the fuck I want.
let her respond. Hold on,
Based on
let her
my
respond.
partner. Versus
No,
like me
it's
saying
actually the
ideas
reverse.
that
You're attacking her because of your partner. But thanks for telling us in strange projection, which is, by the way, I just assume these kids are telling me everything about their life when they're talking now. Because of this kind of stuff, it's like they're so used to being smarmy or something. I don't know. And I say kids because until I hear the adult kind of behaviors of language, like, for instance, Blur's an adult. Fucking Alba's an adult. Emily's an adult. Lead is definitely an adult. Carl's an adult. Bridget's more adult than I am. There's a whole list of people. Poo Poo Sauce is way more of an adult than any of this. And frankly, it's scary that that's a portion of the conversation because it can't even get past it. Oh, no, Blur, you don't have to apologize for anybody. Everybody is responsible for themselves in this fashion. And I blame a certain number of people that have had way more influence. And literally, I have it on film yesterday. Dude thanking everybody after being paid him the $50 million for a 12-year experiment, he says, because he didn't even know what to call it. I mean, that's one of them. There's so many of them influencing people. And then the environments. It has nothing. I blame people at Activision, for God's sakes. Blame people in their homes, blame people in our culture, blame the environments for creating this stuff, and, you know, I would blame everybody for not doing something about it, but there's so many people showing up. and so recently, and it has such a positive effect on all this, by the way, that there's so many other ways to be, and people are starting to catch that, and that's why it's devolving. That's why, honestly, I think that's why there's the end of things like the DGG, in my opinion, is it's not just the sale of it, is that, the split is happening, where the people who are saying and doing really bad shit or shit they can't get away with in the mainstream have to go hide again. And we're seeing them go and hide off in the corner, and they'll be mitigated again for a period of time until they raise their head. And there was a nice long period where the Phyllises of the world were pushed down to the point of where they knew by shame that they could be involved, but they weren't going to make a lot of headroom by being hateful, cynical, despicable, insufferable, untrustworthy, gaslighting, or whatever you want to call it, being so clinical that they don't actually come with a solution. They just come with a lot of rhetoric. I don't even think some of these folks know what rhetoric is, to be frank with you. Or the versions of it.
That's so weird. It's almost like your partner has.
It is weird. It is very weird what you said.
My boyfriend.
Let me run that back so you remember. I don't want you to miss anything.
Dude, you're so fake. You're so dishonest. You've been dishonest this whole time. You are a TERF. If some of that money to get you a therapist, babe.
I don't know why you're attacking me instead of
You just attacked me. Oh, I don't know why.
No.
I'm really stupid. I don't know why you're attacking me. Because
I didn't catch that.
Me, retard. I can do
There are phenomenal youth and some awful older people also. Yeah, actually, that's the whole thing. By the way, just a reminder, so I'm with Emily on this. I know plenty of amazing youth that are not involved in this environment, which is why I located to just a certain section of the public that is enough to fuck up the rest of everybody. But it is an organized thing or a simple natural occurrence, bitter and ungrateful attitudes. This is, I would say, specifically in the online space, this is a manufactured and manipulated environment that has forced a lot of different, ticks to happen. So we know that there are psychological outcomes to the limitation of the actual input. And since I use it to affect people, and since I actually know that these things do affect people, I would say that, it's this group of folks that are spinning round, that are implanted into the larger public, that then, just like little butterflies flapping their wings, cause whirlpools elsewhere. And so it's hard to see where it comes from until you're placed in the middle of it and go, oh, this is where that fucking insane behavior is rooted in. It doesn't even have anything to do with real life. It's just a bunch of folks spinning wheels in a little tiny bubble. Holy shit. No wonder they keep talking about these echo chambers. The only people writing are the ones in the echo chambers. Meanwhile, everybody else out in the real world is going, what the fuck are they talking about? It's a separation, a segregation, and a self-segregation of that tiny populace that then has so much access to the media everybody else purveys. And that's the problem, is the unintentional and intentional influence and the manipulation of that myriad of things. Yes, virtual people spinning wheels they don't know get spinned off into little frisbees that get spin off into little tin coins that some kid picks up and goes, wait, that's what life is? And for the next 6 years, they're all fucked. That's how shit happens, by the way. The influence of one thing influences another. And I'm more concerned on how this behavior of a small subset that is on the right, left, and center, all behaving mentally the same way, that creates a fascist state where everybody thinks that they're on some other side, but really they're all on one side, the authoritarian side or the fascist side, and they're both. And that can fuck up a whole lifetime. We don't need to be dealing with that. We've already seen it in the 20th century many times. And in fact, the greatest example of such an event done by the young is the Khmer Rouge. And Pol Pot was an old man talking to them, convincing them they didn't have to listen to anybody. They knew better. Small public. Only took about 200,000 people to upset a country of near 40 million. These are things to remember. History is a lesson. We tend to repeat ourselves. And so, thank you. I appreciate that, because it's like, it's one of these things that I see these things, but only by perspective. And I think, I can only imagine, when I talk to, like my mom's boyfriend who's 93, who worked at Los Alamos and stuff like that and had high clearance and stuff, and he looks at me all like wry when I try to bring up aliens and shit, and he won't even answer half these questions. I have to wonder, is he just looking at me like some dumbass kid? He probably is. I'm literally half his age. So I want you also to consider that. He's 93. I'm just past half his age. There's a lot of life to live. So when people are like, boomer, and you're talking to someone 35, you're telling me and others that you're kind of a moron. Let me be nice about it. That your lack of perspective is telling that you're kind of young. I said that to Nick Fuentes, by the way, when he told myself and my colleague that, well, hold on, let me get the voice right. Michael Jackson was popular in the 1980s, so that means that civil rights is pretty much a settled thing. Wait, so you're using popular culture to... What? And that's what I said, bro, you are as shallow in understanding as you are shallow. Or something to that extent. And I said, you're telling us your age. You're telling us, oh, so I'm shallow? I'm shallow? No, the point of view is shallow. It's fucking lack of perspective. And then it's egomaniacal behavior, solipsism on top of that. That's then applauded by the crowd. Sorry. I'm not sorry about any of that.
That you are
oh my god, that's so weird. It's almost like your partner has literally tweeted at my boyfriend for months. Dude, you're so fake. You're so dishonest. You've been dishonest this whole time. You are a TERF. If you say it with your whole
Are you
chest,
using TERF as an insult now? I don't understand.
No, you are a TERF. You're just being dishonest. You're being disingenuous. Say it with your chest.
It's disingenuous, but no, I'm not a TERF. I'm not. Like, I don't exclude trans people. I don't mind if trans people.
Do you think trans women are women?
No.
You are a TERF, babe. You're being you're being
I'm
dishonest.
so glad you figured it out, Lav. You've totally defined TERF. If you say that trans women are not
exclusionary is synonymous with male exclusionary radical feminism.
Okay, then call it a MIRF, but you call me a TERF.
Well,
that's what that is. So you don't think? Okay, so you include trans.
I'm sorry you don't like what it is that you're behaving like or what you're describing, but that's what that is. Common understanding. You may disagree, okay, but that's what that is. Grow up. That's my answer at the end of everything now. Grow up.
Because they're female.
Apparently, that's the only fucking.
Yes, I'm a TERF.
Cogent point that can be made in something like that.
But that's not trans exclude. I'm not scared of it. It's just inaccurate. I want a more accurate description.
What do you think my feelings towards trans people are? What do you think?
So there was an assumption and a presumption on that, from her point of view. That somehow this fear was involved, which, by the way, that was telling me that, so you are scared. By the way, when people tell you that, fill in the blank, they're assuming either what you feel or they're telling you what they feel, and it tends to be the same. If they assume, because that's what the position they are in, so they put themselves there, and they go, well, I feel this, so you must be feeling that. And sometimes, most of the time, people don't even recognize that they're doing it. And I'll say you're projecting if you fill in the blank for my feelings about something, especially when most people have no clue what I feel about them, because unless I tell you. And if you're telling me something the polar opposite, and I tell you, no, that ain't it, and you ignore me, that's another sign. You're not a psychic. I'm not a psychic. The only people that can tell you what's going on inside of our heads is us. And if you don't like it, once again, piss off. Because you're the one not living in reality.
You
Simple.
Have
not appreciating what's being said to you. Simple.
Growing up and
not taking somebody
into a parody
for face value because you don't trust yourself, much less other people. That's really what that is. Projection.
So sorry, are we in angry mode? Should I be trolling or should I?
No, you should be engaging in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to parse whether or not this is genuine because it's so fucking stupid.
I agree with her.
You came in really hot. When I was talking about you,
it is turf on turf.
You're obsessed with me. Get with the program, baby.
Yeah, it's very clear. That's kind of the case.
I'm not obsessed. Like I haven't even really.
Yeah, you had to say, that's a body slam. Eyes left and up. Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know why you think
I met your man. I met your man. I'm sure I'm a household name.
we're not.
I love that she turned it on the point.
Really not.
No, she meant you. She meant you.
It's very like. It's really telling that you
Is
feel
it
very
feminist to wish that a woman kills herself after she gets doxxed? Is
Nope.
that very feminist?
Okay.
No, that would not be feminist.
I don't think she.
No, that's not nice deflection though, Tom. But no, that would not. I'm gonna say that's gonna fall in the line of not being very cohesive to the idea that all women are equal. Maybe. I don't know if that's just me. Okay. Oh, huh. I don't know, Michael. Oh. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No! Fucking ain't. Holy shit! What is wrong with these people? Huh. I honestly don't fault LUNE for shit on this one. I think I would have given her some boxing gloves and been like, tackle that bitch. Excuse my language. Excuse me. But you may not even agree with me, but holy shit. The smarmy, the patronizing, the amount of egomaniacal fucking like high school behavior is weird. It's literally fucking, from a point of view of a person that lives in normal society, this is fucking weird, folks. We should shame this behavior. Adults should not be behaving in this fashion. I mean, she's handling it way nicer than I would. I would have been cursing this bitch out. Excuse me again. That's for real. That's how I talked. I would just be like, what the fuck? Fuck you, fuck off. Where the fuck do you come? Go back to your little fucking troll hole. Who are you? What have you done in real life? Nothing. You're nothing. You're a fucking nothing in life. You're your boyfriend's thing, as far as we can tell. And you want to talk about me? That's the reason why I feel free to talk this way. I've spent the last 30 years doing shit. Plus, actually, you can go all the way back to when I was fucking 6. Actually, before that. You want to be honest? My birth was recorded and played on the radio. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. You could try. I'm not perfect. I've been waiting for the challenge. But hey, nobody ever loves to call me. Because they might actually have to talk to somebody who's not going to play the games or buy into the little fucking logic circles. If you ever see, I try to not engage with them, and if I do, it's about questioning their reality or questioning the legitimacy, reliability, accountability, X, Y, Z, and on beyond zebra. Because nobody's doing that shit. It's fucking gnarly sometimes. I give Tom credence for looking very tightly at the subjects, but I also would say, and I told him this, there's a point in time where the argument, yes, actually, about 20 minutes after I was born, my father took the tape from the emergency room or wherever I was in Van Nuys. I was born in Van Nuys. And he took the tape right over to the radio station he worked at and played it right on the air. And somewhere I have it. I've been looking for it, but I'm too afraid to play any of those tapes that I have from that period because they haven't been baked. So once I get them baked someday, or I'll get them transferred, so they don't fall apart. Because I have a lot of things, including a recording of my grandmother. I have wire recordings of my great grandparents and my father's bar mitzvah from Hollywood Temple in like 1950 or something. Anyways. I have lots of stuff. I have lots of archives of lots of things, lots of concert archives. But specifically me, there's lots and lots of video. And if you actually, here, you want to see something funny? Just to share, because I am a humble person. I think I'm funny. I think I'm a silly motherfucker. I go all the way back to the very first clip in here, the first clip I made ever. I was on tour earlier, or at the end of last year, and somebody was asking, like, for me to share my early, oh man, I can't believe I have to go so far back in my clips. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clips. The very first clip I ever made, just to share this, by the way. This is how you know I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I know me. I've done wonderful, amazing, astonishing, crazy things that most people never get to do. You're never going to catch up. There's very few who do. I've been blessed, lucky, had friends, done things. You're just not going to catch up. Comparative? Sure. You may have more money. I don't care. That doesn't really matter. I'm wealthy in something else. My life is rich. Yeah. Let's just say that.
I never hit on any myths before. Am I gonna get hooked?
Oh, did you miss it?
Myths are safe, Stu. It's reality you gotta watch out for.
Ooh.
Dear God, for what we were about.
By the way, here, you missed it. Oh, it's actually there is another scene.
Yeah. I never hit on any myths before.
Oh, come on, meow. One more. Oh. It's a dare thing where I'm saying I never hit on any
myths before. Am I gonna get hooked?
My nose is still straight.
Myths are safe, Stu. It's reality you gotta watch out for.
By the way, Pam Dauber special. Oh, do you know the Muffin Man? If you want to see the whole thing, it's still out there on YouTube. 1980s movie, Monday movie of the week. That's right, folks. Now let me get all the way back up to the top where I was. Ah, there we are. Actually, it was much faster to get up to the top than it was down to the bottom. Let's see. Where am I? Oh. Let's go back to SHLAFLY, shall we? Oops. Where's the... Let me go back to the history. Give me 2 seconds. Go back up over here, and there we are.
Damaging to women and in the unknown future.
Well, it was back in 1875 that the Supreme Court said the women
yes,
had all the constitutional protections in the case of minor versus.
I think that she doesn't think that anybody's really a TERF. Right, but you're used.
So this is actually true. You could legit say to me, "Cool story, bro." Not to mention, one of my big creds is that I worked for both Warren G and the DBG, specifically during the 97, 98 period during Lollapalooza and Dog Pound tours. I was monitors. Dave, you probably remember tell the story before. Dave Aaron was front of house. There's a little write-up somewhere in Rolling Stone about the night that the original front of house engineer ran out of the show. It was like my first show on monitors, and he ran out of the concert with 20,000 people in attendance. In the first song, started to feed back, and I had to go save the show. The whole audience chanted, "Fix it, Aaron, fix it, Eric," because Snoop said my name on stage and shit. Yeah. I got all kinds of I got stories upon stories upon stories upon stories about things that I've done, and I've forgotten how many things. I rapped with George Duke at the House of Blues. Got a massive applause. Somebody had to remind me about that shit. And what's even funnier is I was friends for a long time with George Duke's kids. So, anyways, Temple Bar
she's
stuff.
Saying when she says I'm not a TERF, you're using the way she's talking about it against her when she's saying you're not even a TERF.
We have all the constitutional protections that men have, and the ERA is not going to add any more constitutional protections, but it will cause all kinds of nonsense.
Before you raise any more points, we're going to have to break here. We'll come back and talk about other facets of the ERA, pro and con. We'll talk about homosexual marriages, and we'll talk about co-ed toilets and co-ed schools right after this.
Isn't this amazing that they're still having the same conversation about toilets?
We've only scanned the surface, and unfortunately, because of the short amount of time that we have, I want to touch on a couple of other things. We want to talk about co-ed bathrooms and single-sex schools, which Phyllis, you feel will
single-sex
Well, under the present federal law, the admissions to single-sex colleges are exempted from the fundamental federal law against sex discrimination. So we have some schools that have remained all women, like Smith or Wellesley or Bryn Mawr. Now that would become illegal under the Equal Rights Amendment because they discriminate by definition on the basis of sex, and you can have no exceptions in ERA. Now, I don't know why anybody wants to take away from women your right to choose a single-sex school if that is your choice. But I think this is the psychology of compulsion and the intolerance of those who are pushing for a gender-free society.
So you're
which doesn't
realizing why
recognize
I'm sharing this one in particular is all of the conversations are literally the same conversations we're having. It is 2023. This is 1976. We are having the same fucking conversations. Not because we need to. No, because a whole generation of folks is just plainly ignorant of the fact that the conversations were already fucking had. And I think that there's a lot of valor signaling going in here, which it's fine to own a subject. It's fine to run with it. It is totally cool. In fact, we support that. Everybody supports that. But here's the reality. If you ignore the past as if it never existed, well, that's revisionist history. You're acting like that, and that's where fascism gets one of its roots from. Blah. Blah. But it's so close, right? Lita, my God, humans can be so damn regressive. And yes, indeed, that's what I'm pointing out this whole thing for.
Or any separation of treatment between men and women anytime, anywhere.
What about the schools that exclude women?
Well, I think you have your right. You have your choice. 95% of our people prefer co-ed
so
schools,
in that case,
but why stamp out the right
talk
of the
about
minority that wants to choose a single-sex school?
Betty, you have any comment?
Well, I think that the basic thrust is that the quotas and the outright barring of women to law school, to
name one law school that bars women.
Until recently.
Name one law school that bars women.
Until recently, Harvard Law School barred women until fairly recently.
Name one that today bars women.
Smurf,
you know
back.
it's illegal. And
now it's illegal, but I wanted to say that the thrust of the, as I've said, we have a new law barring sex discrimination in education, and it should, if it is enforced right, it should bar not only the quotas and outright denial of access to higher education on the part of women, or to tracking that keeps women in high schools out of the best education, but it also should bar those indirect quotas which make women have to have higher grades than men to get into the same.
So the issue there is, in a lot of places that would be okay, but we have a history of slavery and oppression through discrimination, Blur. Freedom of association is totally fine until you find out that some certain groups are consistently using the systems to enact rules that, don't have any coverage to counteract them, which is what things like the Second Amendment do for us in this country, is the possibilities. So when we regress on those equalitarian measures, it tends to allow the folks that want to be bullies to mod anything they choose to, and responsibly so that life is not as easy to pursue happiness through. It's just that simple. Without these rules, redlining occurs. And now, even with the rules, people figured out ways to get around redlining. And so new rules had to be put in place to even chase that. It's one format, at least in this country, because capitalism is on one side of all these behaviors, alongside a lot of ideological misgivings towards each other. And then you've also got the whole, there's a whole group of white people who don't like people of color in this country. Just simply bigots, and we have to be honest about that as a society, which is what most of the laws are meant to entail, is to allow for all these variances and then protect against the fact that some people who tend to be in the majority of power positions still to this day, because none of that shit's really changed, not by much, but small percentages based off of what they're saying, that there has to be some inclusive protections still, even though we're taking them apart. That's the concern now, is how far will they go? I got people calling for anti-19th Amendment. The 19th Amendment was turn of the century. We're not talking about 20th century, pre-ERA. We're talking about 1920 or something like that. Some shit. It's way back. They're trying to get rid of women's voting. Same group, by the way.
I was you 6 months ago, and you've been reading about this on Wikipedia for the past 3 months.
And then there's the dismissiveness of anybody having an idea.
Also, plug, I'm making a video essay. It's coming out in a week and a half.
It was pretty decent, too. It's still
You're going to want to go over it, Tom. You're going to love it. It's going to completely decimate my career. I'm not going to show my face anywhere else ever again. Music career over. I'm coming out.
What's going to happen to my career? My career is dependent on you being freaking crazy all the time.
It didn't.
No.
But great promo though. Great PR. I love the way she PRs with like cynicism.
My first thing out. I'm not just going to be
like if you're gonna be called that, buy into it and go. That's own it. Own that shit. Yes and all fucking day.
But no, it's more. Of course, I've read the wikis. But I've read a little more than the wikis. I've consumed a little more content than the wikis. So what you were talking about earlier with performativity, you were talking about Judith Butler's performativity theory.
Yes, and that's a theory,
you know what that is?
not a behavior or action.
Okay, explain it in your own words.
We've already been
Are
here.
you serious?
Yes. I'm going to say yes again. I'm going to repeat the whole fucking thing.
It's that, okay, so performative language, the initial performative language is when a child is born.
I didn't catch the stutter before.
It's a girl.
No.
This is what, like,
You're wrong already.
creates this standard by which we feel like we have to conform to.
No.
And
so, Judith Butler is a post-modernist, post-structuralism, gender queer theorist. Okay,
Yes.
and
You're
basically
saying like performing acts.
performative. No,
No,
so performativity theory means that reality.
I literally just
Reality
said
is what you're
performative
expecting.
language is.
You say it
This is how
is.
she defines performative language, and you tell me I'm wrong.
Yelling over her doesn't make you right.
Relax.
You're not Destiny.
Relax. So what?
But I did, and you told me I was wrong.
What Butler says is that words determine our reality. So that now physiology, the sex body, is meaningless. It's not real.
And I love what she says
The only thing that is real is
to prove that she doesn't believe this.
Socialization, which you have made an argument for, Tom.
Exactly.
But
she's talking about
point.
the
They've had this
categorization.
discussion before.
Yeah, but so that's post-structuralism, postmodernist. It's meaningless. It means that it's philosophy, jingle jangle. It means fucking nothing. I think that Judith Butler calls themselves a non-binary now, but I think that they've since gone back. I have no fucking clue. But what I think is more compelling is Simone de Beauvoir's definition of all of this, which is basically that one is not. It's the opening line that one is not born a woman, one becomes one, and I think that
these are
is extremely
pretty
compelling.
Strong references.
So when we talk about gender,
actual references as opposed to just
really
pejorative
give merit
and deflection.
To gender the philosophy or gender the performance, you think that should be what reality is, and it's not.
He never said that he thinks that's what reality should be.
He talked about this
no,
before.
we're not.
Yes, but again, when we talked about it, I was saying that I'm not being prescriptive.
She
I'm not
deflected
saying
away
this is
from
what it should
herself,
be.
the fact that she got it wrong. She didn't have any humility for the moment. She turned it over to Tom and avoided and evaded altogether. Wow, that's talent. And I would say what the flaw here is LAV LUNE letting her get away with it, not being like, what? You fucking say? So you're just gonna avoid any accountability for the fact that you were fucking wrong, and then denied that you were wrong, and defended yourself, and then now you're gonna stay quiet? Okay, I know all about the civil debates. Trust me, I may be one of the few patient enough to hear flat earthers and ethno-nationalist arguments. Oh my goodness, Blur, you are very patient. With one yesterday evening. Good God. I tend to, with the flat earthers, I just break out a live of the old space station. When you get that real good curve of that zenith, you know, and you can like see the depth of the 3D and 8K or whatever they're doing it in now, it's hard for them to say it's flat. It's very hard. But yes, you have. Yeah, LAV LUNE is getting love from the chat for sure. I mean, like, am I not the only one who sees that, like, she's using logic and fact and example. She gave a premise. She even came up to pejorative, deflected it properly, like by kung fuing, pointed out how it's the other person, pointed out the gaslighting, and then tried to deal with the subject. It's a great exercise to sharpen your own stand. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I think so. To be able to have those discussions and reach across the aisle and not just avoid them. Or, so people, for instance, I was told that I was taking chances by having conversations with Ben and Grace Thorpe. I think that's humorous. I've been told the same thing about trying to reach out to LAV. It's like, what the fuck? Talking to these people doesn't make you them or whatever it is that you think they're associated with. And if anything, I think less of you as a person, less rational If you think that by talking to someone or reaching out to them to get their state of mind or to understand them at all, to give them some grace or compassion or empathy or understanding at all, or just fucking wanting to hear their side. If you think that makes you a bad person, that somehow is going to damage you, get off the internet. Go home. Turn the computer off. Don't use it for quite a while. In fact, use it for searches and don't be parasocial on it. You don't understand how real life works. Clearly, if you are actually being affected by this because of the parasocial situation, go offline. You aren't actually meant to be dealing with this because you take it seriously. You don't, in the sense that, like, you think that it somehow impacts who you are. That's FAE. That's false association equivalency. And it is a terrible psychosis that leads to fascist behaviors. Why? Because then you ostracize because of fear. Simple. And that's one of the most dangerous things about this clique behavior, the factional cliques. They're all being manipulated by the same central source in every situation. An algorithm, a design, a programming, a set of folks that want to make money off them. It's fucking crazy. And then they would deflect against all that, especially talking to someone like me and be like, you're schizo, you're crazy, you use compound structured sentences without premise, a whole point, several examples, and then a summary. You must be insane. I can do that in 1 4-word sentence. No, you can't. You think you can because somebody else is patting you on the back for being stupid, but I'm never going to capitulate to that fucking thing, and I'm never going to pat them on the back. I'm going to point them out, keep pointing them out, and keep saying, fuck around and find out.
Then you
just
say,
describing
then Tom,
what
you
is
say
being
nothing.
communicated with the word. Yes, I am saying nothing. I'm literally saying
I'm letting you cook,
that
and
this
you're
is.
just boiling water, Thomas.
Yes, no, I am saying nothing. Like,
Yes,
and I try
no,
my best to, like,
Tom, that was good though. I would have said something like that too. Yes, no, yes.
You're not
no, I'm
debating.
saying
I
nothing.
came on here to talk to him because I feel like you have made a very, like, you are making all of this about yourself.
You
when
okayed
you're
her
talking
coming up,
about,
and
like,
you also called her out.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Let her
Well,
finish,
you've
and then
come
you
on
can find
here
out what she's talking
and
about.
made it about yourself again.
No,
So
you made it
I'm
about.
sure that you understand. You regularly make it about yourself.
You made it about her. That is very
I
weird.
feel like what you are saying is based on words that you've heard other people say, rather than something that you truly believe.
Sounds more like you saying words that you've heard other people
you might
say.
feel like you believe
like
it,
your
and I feel like
boyfriend.
you actually do think that you believe a lot of the things that you say at any given time. But we all know that that's likely to change, as it has historically. So I feel like you don't have as good of an understanding as you think you do.
Baby, you're doing a really bad job of trying to not make this about me, I'll be honest. I love the
Yes, and
attention.
I was going to say,
I love your
Blur,
work.
this is one of the things that can be easily misunderstood, but unfortunately, when you are being a true moderator, you don't get involved. You stand back, you can watch, you can have your own feelings afterwards, and it's hard. It's hard. And you have to be moderated about it. Centrist, central. You take no part. It's not about you. It's about the two people having the conversation, and the only time you break it up, yes, but this is the role. This is the role. Now, if he was partaking in the conversation truly, which he has been pretty fair about in this situation to not, because he's also smart. He doesn't want to fucking take part. And he even corrects earlier when she says, well, people feel this way about, and Lav, and he says, well, Lav probably feels, femoid, probably, yeah. That's one where you missed it, where he like laughs, and he goes, oh, I'm not, she probably feels the same way. He very diplomatic. Being diplomatic in that position is important. I give him credit for doing it because that shit is hard. That shit is hard. And yeah, it does seem to be projection and gaslighting on the part of the person up at top named Boots. Yeah, a lot. But I will say that that's one of the other things I notice about this group of folks. They want everybody to take a side, even when their role isn't to take a side. It's like, hold on a second. Hold on. Now, obviously, the moderator in that other debate, she took a side. And it made her famous, by the way. It was one of many things that made her famous. And by the way, I got a kink in my leg. I want to do a weird stretch right now, but I'm not going to do it. I've been needing it for the past 20 minutes. I'm going to do a little turn now. Oh, yeah. Pop that back. Pop that. Oh, sorry, cat. Sorry, didn't mean to scare everybody. Oh, yeah. Did you hear that? That was good. Woo! Sitting on my ass for too long. I need to go for a run or something. Yeah, so I would say, honestly, if he was a part of the conversation more rather than moderating, but he's being diplomatic. And that's an important actual thing that's been lost, which is part of the other thing I'm sharing is this diplomacy and grace. That is a differential. And really, I give Tom all the credit in the world for this is a tough situation, handling this between all parties, trying to keep level. And I think the audience, the folks that tend to watch these things, think that he's trying to play favoritism, think everything's clout, no, there's actual very good reasons to take part without actually taking part. But just to make sure that nobody fucking punches each other or, and there's certain ethical things about this because it's also his show. He can't just disappear. I would also say that. Now, mind you, he has challenged either of these people individually afterwards. And before, which is also something to keep in consideration. So this is one of those other things. I note that, like, in a lot of ways, and I was looking at some of these older debates from like a couple years ago and the beginning of COVID and such, and the moderators are full tilt taking part and leading to favoritism and bias, which ends up throwing actual debates off. That's not a debate. That's just a dog pile at that point. That's a bias game. That's a who can get the best licks in for whatever the general belief is supposed to be. And then there's going to be a pro and con. You're never going to get to synthesis there. You just have a thesis and antithesis. And whoever has more on their weighted side wins. Nothing is found out. Just a W and an L again. That's really the problem.
But if this is the opposite of what you want, then I don't think that we should go.
Then you didn't have to join?
Oh, I wanted to join them.
Of course. Well, why wouldn't she have joined? What, she was just going to sit there and take it?
No,
That's ruthlessly fucking sick.
She's coming on to argue against
to my mind.
About yourself. She obviously has to make arguments about you making it about yourself.
It's really
sick. She can't do one without the other.
Okay, wait. Hold on. It was about me for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Now we're talking about gender. I
And
think
she
that
tried to
Boots
move
has been
the
very
conversation, by the way.
inarticulate this whole time. I think both of you guys are saying nothing at each other.
We're kind of just agreeing, so it's...
Yeah, I think we're saying
not
the same
saying
thing.
nothing just because you don't understand what we're saying.
Okay, stop that right there. That pejorative, she understands exactly what you're saying. That's what she's saying. She believes that you're not really saying much of anything other than agreeing with each other. And you just proved it, because you just basically walked around in a circle with your words and then used a pejorative at the end to validate it. I'm sure that works amongst your little group, like a smackdown. Ooh, I bet you there's somebody even down there. LOL, oh, fucking savage. Yeah.
There's nothing that we disagree on substantively.
You're saying. Okay, so why did you call this a fucking debate?
Me? Because it's easier to, that's just the way I put debates all day on my title because I was everybody calling in or debating me, but she's not. Hers is different. I just didn't change my title.
I was swindled.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so then listen to what actually happens rather than what you expect to happen in a conversation. And instead of coming in here super hot and talking about my fucking partner for no reason when I haven't even put him up.
You brought me up. You made a personal
statement,
you fucking weirdo.
Because you were the only person who was going into people's chats and talking about gender critical issues.
No, that is insane to say as well. She's what? This is how you know what's really going on. You're the only person going into VCs talking about gender issues. Oh my God, everybody, it's in every fucking VC. It's everything, it's everywhere. Every fucking conversation that goes on ends up turning into, you can't get away from it. If you talk about civil rights, you end up talking about gender roles. That happens to be one of the most solipsistic, fucking egomaniacal, stupid things I have fucking heard from another adult in quite a while. And talk about a deflective cover to try to fucking validate bad goddamn behavior. Holy shit, Boots. Who the fuck are you? Really, truly, who the fuck are you, little girl? And I said little girl because that's the kind of shit you hear from kids. I don't even know what else to say. I've been saying it this whole time. It's just fucking, it's mind-bending. There is some sickness out there if this is what is the popular. Well, It's not really the popular. It's the popular in a small group of folks. It makes them feel like they win, I think. Just like in the games. But in life. Maybe it's the Disney eyes or something. I don't know. Maybe it's the British accent. Maybe it's the association to somebody they agree with. But, by the way, oh, the beautiful people syndrome. Yes. Beauty privilege. Yeah, that's that could be. It could very well be. I'd give that some credence. I think that's, it's the influence. It's the fact that there's so much, weight put to this thing that people call clout. And it's funny, people are like, oh, you're chasing clout. You're chasing clout. I guess they must be. That's weird shit to me. I've got real life clout. Like real life clout. Works in real life. Get people to do shit. Because I've done them favors. Or, maybe I got them a job. Or maybe got them into a concert. Or maybe I've known them for a long time. Or maybe it's political. Or maybe it's monetary. Or real clout. I go back to, once again, yeah, she's just simply some girl online. It's just simply being a girl online. Yeah, exactly, Lita Caproni. Exactly. And neither here nor there, having an opinion is just like an asshole. I got one too. And the smells, my friend, the smells are all very similar. I'm sure we've all had them. And, we all love our own brand, as we all know. Get in my belly. Woo! That's right. I'll play a little bit more of this and we'll get back to Schlafly.
And you are not a good representative, and I'm not a good representative. Honestly, I'm not.
That is the first fucking honest thing that she said the entire time. That's the first time she said anything honest. Frankly, in my opinion. Huh. So.
And so on. But we already know that even that law isn't being enforced. In other words,
name one school where women have to get higher grades to get into school.
Oh, this is
name one.
This is true in universities. I could name 30, 40, 50.
Oh, yeah,
just
she
name
started.
One.
Yeah, she's
one
actually.
School where women have to get higher grades to get into school.
Lita. You run away from it, don't you? Yeah. That was good. Sorry, hold on a second. Let me That's good.
To the viewers, to tell Mrs. Schlafly the situation of the. I can name any number of them, so I'm not going to name.
Well, okay. The upshot of what you said is that Smith and Wellesley would be forbidden to maintain themselves as all women's schools and would be required to go co-ed without any quota.
I know.
Now, why do you want to stamp out their right?
I won't tell anybody on the dance floor. I promise.
Every area, this is a denial of freedom of choice.
But are you saying, Phyllis, that there is no longer a quota for women, that women no longer have to work twice as hard in schools where they are co-ed?
That's correct. Oh, sure, that's correct.
How do we know this?
Well, I'm in a good law school now, and they have half women.
Yeah, okay for you, but not for the ones coming after you, okay? That's what I can't stand, the hypocrisy of someone who takes advantage of rights and opportunities and knows and is enjoying equality and then says, and then uses the very advantages
I got a degree from Harvard 25 years ago.
The entitlement. We call it entitlement. We call it privilege. We call it white blindness. Although it's not blindness, it's cynicism. And it pervaded even the battle for ERA.
There's inequality with the men now. This is nothing new.
Yeah, right.
Can we move on to co-ed bathrooms? Can we talk about that? Already we go to the same bathrooms.
By the way, she laughs, but this is the exact same thing we see in the other discussion going on. We're talking about one thing, but the person who really has most of the projection and fear involved keeps wanting to dangle it back to whatever fear point message they have. take it away from the good point and make sure that you forget that that was even said. Let's point out something about you. Let's point out something else. Let's falsely associate the conversation. Yes, producer. Okay, where are you trying? Oh, he literally just pulled his bed over. All right. And he's tap dancing. Okay. Yes, I see you over there.
Planes and buses. Does this mean that with the Equal Rights Amendment, Phyllis, if it is passed, that there will no longer be men and women on the doors, but us?
Yes, exactly. These two ladies, and this is part of the comparison. These three ladies are always on point, talking about the actual topic. They aren't throwing pejoratives at each other or what each other, excuse you, what each other looks like, what each other's, friends are, or anything. No, they're talking about the topic. They're attacking the topic, not the people. And that is one of the main differences that makes the difference between an adult conversation and an adolescent one.
Or whatever?
Well, it's a matter of whatever the Supreme Court decides, if you have any faith in what they'll decide, and you may not matter.
I as well, Lita. And Lita says, I love these old videos because everyone back then had a similar drawl in their speech pattern. Yes, especially when you're talking about the Western United States, or you're just talking about the pacing is a little slower because we're not rushed. And they all want to hear and understand one another. And TV allowed you all the space in the world. And the commercials even were like literally 60-second breaks that are just 60 seconds. You can literally hear background noise around them and stuff. I think that I've always wanted to bring the live TV element back. And streaming is basically that. But to do it like live TV will be my goal, by the way. And actually, at some point, if I get enough fans, enough viewers, I'm going to do this live. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, 2 shows. I was thinking about it the other night, doing the plan for this, when it ends up happening. We'll probably start, 200-seaters, 500-seaters, and then move it on up sometime in the future. Probably a year, 2 years from now. Let's see. But yeah, that's what I would do. And I'd produce the show, and we do it exactly as you see it, but with an audience and a show. I'd do a show, of course. Blow your mind every night. That's what I do. Some little whimsical thing. Same show. Friday call-in. Wednesday, sex, lies, and video. Monday, debate or something. Sunday, ministry of the flying pig. That would be so awesome. And then even the AI stories at night, audience interaction. Oh, that would be the fucking sickest. I do some insane shit. For Eva, I do insane shit. I would do a lot of visual. That would be, you wouldn't know where things were coming and going. Anyways, I am totally off topic now. Speaking of off topic and self-absorbed. Dreams, gotta have them. Gotta have high hopes and put them out there.
You are so hated for all of the other terrible shit that you do that you are the worst person. Nobody is gonna take any fucking thing you say seriously.
And I'm playing this without you seeing the faces. Why? Because I wanted you to just hear it. Thank you, Lita. I wanted you to hear it first. Now I'm going to let you see it. Now, why would I do that? Because what you just heard was the real gist of what the person up above feels and why they're saying the things that they're actually saying. It has nothing to do with the topic, has nothing to do with whether or not she believes in feminism or anything. It has to do with the intentional, wanton undermining of another human being simply because they don't like them. So any and all reason, whether it's true or not, whether they believe it or not, we will never know because I'm not inside her head. But we can just assume that some of this shit is just whatever she can say to badmouth her because of what she says right here.
We're kind of just agreeing, so it's
I think we're saying the same
not saying
thing.
Nothing just because you don't understand what we're saying. There's nothing that we disagree on substantively.
You're saying. Okay, so why did you call this a fucking debate?
Me? Because it's easier to, that's just the way I put debates all day
Reasonable.
on my
I could see that
title because I was
and Lita, you'd be there too,
She's not. Hers is different. I just didn't change my title.
I was swindled.
Yeah, I love it. I was swindled.
Okay, so then listen to what actually happens rather than what you expect to happen in a conversation, and instead of coming in here like super hot and talking about my fucking partner for no reason.
And then you brought
right
me
here.
up. You brought me up. You made a personal statement, you fucking weirdo.
Yep.
Because you are the only person who is going
fucking
into
weird
people's
shit to do
chats and talking about gender critical issues.
No, it's the common
And like
topic. We've already covered
you
this.
are not a good representative, and I'm not a good representative. Honestly, I'm not well spoken. I'm not good at representing my ideas.
Well, okay, so why are you
so hated
fucking here?
for all of the other terrible shit that you do that you are the worst person. Nobody is gonna take any fucking thing you say seriously, ever.
Okay, so that
Nobody in
sounds
this
like
space is ever gonna
you know,
take
nobody, everybody. Cute. It is one of the most basic, childish things to say. Everybody hates you, cause I said it, so it must be true. If you ask everybody here, they all hate you. Anything that is said before or after is now undermined by what this person just said. Why? Because they've just admitted the actual agenda here is because they don't like them, and instead of admitting that they don't like them, excuse me, they want to say everybody else hates this person and not take their own accountability. I can't listen to any of it. It's a W straight out for femoid from get-go, from jump. Defense, point of view. We don't need to hear any more of this. The admission of capitulation to fault and stupidity and abuse and troll and bullying and bad faith and all kinds of shit. Being the fucking one in the wrong, as well as like in denial of how this happened. It was just a pretext. It really was. It was an excuse to leverage the situation, and not on Lav's point. Lav came in and if somebody was calling me out that same way, I'd show up and be like, "You talking about me? Let's talk about it." And then she tried to address her in an actual philosophical debate or to talk about the intellectual side of it to take it out of the personal. And Boots wasn't going to let her. And that's a distinct difference between these people.
You
think the Supreme Court will decide for us all to go to the same bathroom?
Well, I think so, but I recognize other people think contrary.
And
but you just said it's all
this
right with
person-
you to have co-ed bathrooms on
Didn't
planes.
say that it was all right. I said already to
notice
go
I
to
was
the same
specific.
bathroom,
All right.
not at the same time.
Look.
Okay, but the thing is, do you want it in grade schools?
Will we have it in grade
In grade school, it exists probably in a lot of places anyway. Look,
It did.
let's have
It
some
did.
sense
My
about
grade
the
school had
silly
it.
bathroom argument. I mean, the bathroom argument is
Tell 'em, Betty.
absolutely symbolizes all of the nonsense that's being spread to create false fears about the.
$1976, people. She says the bathroom argument is one of these stupid things used to ignore everything else. The important shit. It still stands to this day to reason that that's true. That that's fucking true. What the fuck? What the hell? Regression is real, and we should be concerned about this because it takes back a whole conversation as if it wasn't settled. And it was settled before any of you were born. All right? All right? Can we all right with that? Betty Friedan. Betty! Bet you never even heard of Betty. Bet you most of you never even fucking heard of Betty. Shame. Now you know. Now you can. No shame. Not that we can't all know everything. I didn't even know about Betty until, maybe a couple years ago. Somebody turned me on to some writings of her. In the show. There we go. History on repeat. Smurfity Smurf, that is correct. History on repeat. Nobody needs that. Nobody. No, we don't need to be repeating shit.
Rights Amendment. There is nothing in the Equal Rights Amendment that will affect the privacy of the way people go to the toilet. Nothing whatsoever.
Well, but
now,
that isn't
wait a
the
minute.
point. The point is whether
the only way it will be affected is if having only one bathroom in a small company, like say in this, if you had only one bathroom in this television station, and if that was used to deny a woman a job by saying we have only one bathroom, and that sometimes has been used as an excuse to deny a woman a job. In that instance, either they'd have to put in a second bathroom, or they would have to let the women and the men use the bathroom, but not necessarily at the same time. You understand? Now,
well, that has nothing to do with it. The point is, can you go by a certain door?
Too hysterical about the whole thing, let's realize, certain facts that in the American family where we all grew up in, I grew up in Peoria, Illinois, and I don't know where you grew up in, but unless we were quite rich, there was one bathroom in the house. And that bathroom was used by Mama and by Daddy and by Aunt Jane if she visited, and by Junior and Janie and Grandma and Grandpa, but they didn't use it at the same time, and great sinful immorality did not ensue. And in Italy, where I was recently visiting, and I went to
how much more stupid a logic could you get to
near the
Vatican
create
when
I had to go to the bathroom.
Holy
I went in the bathroom.
That is such a great point.
And there was a priest washing his hands in the, the outer pot. I thought, oh my heavens, I've gotten into the wrong, in the men's room. And in Italy, right there at the Vatican, the
still that way
good respectable restaurant had a bathroom where the toilet cubicles were private, but the restroom of the hall was
okay. Well, that's just like to say this has demonstrated that you're perfectly comfortable with a situation where you have no discrimination between men and women in regard to restrooms. And it's one thing where you're talking about planes or homes.
No.
But
at least Betty's, absolutely blurred. No, you catch it. And Betty is hitting with the most subtle jabs. Yes, exactly. Before we get hysterical, before I let my opponent speak. Yes, exactly. No, and it's stuff that I think it's amazing in that end because it's really hard to catch Betty's inferences to pejorative because they are intellectual jabs. They aren't direct pejorative jabs. They are more angle on emotional value inflection. It's amazing to listen to her. She's so smart and so just rooted in natural, basic language. She's not fancy. She's not over the top. She's not flamboyant. That's why I do compare her to LAV LUNE in this case. Whatever you may think of her, the language and the comparative behaviors are similar. And that's important to note, at least in between the two characters. And that's one of the reasons when I found this and found the other one, I was like, oh my God, Boots is SHLAFLY. Fucking love is Betty. Oh my God! Hold on a second, I need to do the, my head went, I haven't studied I haven't studied Boots much beyond what I've personally experienced, and also that in particular, and it was such a good comparative. The woman in well, you should watch, before you say that, you might want to watch more about Betty SHLAFLY if you're gonna say that, because Blur, be careful. Blur is you may not know, but SHLAFLY is all at the root of white nationalism and shit like that. Anyways, I like the way that they're interacting. I think that either way, you have to respect the fact that they're interacting in a cordial, professional, reasonable, thoughtful, cogent manner. Comprehension levels through the fucking roof. 10 out of 10. And I'm not going to let us not finish this one because it's such a good debate.
Something else again when you're talking about grade schools.
Okay, can we move on to the next point? Will the ERA, if it is passed, help the marriage of homosexuals? Will they be able to get married under the law?
Well, ERA says that the equality of rights shall not be denied on account of sex. Now, if you want to deny a marriage license to a man and a man, it's precisely on the basis of sex that you deny it. And therefore, I feel we would have immediate litigation, and about 4 out of 5 of the lawyers I ask on this say, yes, the homosexuals will win.
You don't think they should get married?
That may very well
I do not think that homosexuals should have the rights of husbands and wives, which are the rights to adopt children, to file joint income tax returns, or to teach in the schools.
Aren't they protected under the Constitution like every other American? The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?
speech, free press, and all that sort of thing, but they should not have the particular rights that belong to husbands and wives.
Even if it makes them happy?
Well, no, it may make you happy to commit all kinds of crimes. We don't judge our moral standards.
So she's literally, so Schlafly is literally comparing, excuse me, homosexuality to committing crimes if it was to make you happy. That's kind of like when Pearly Things said, well, yeah, it's like telling my parents that, yeah, I'm going to be black if somebody comes home and says that they're gay or trans. It's the same. You can't change who you are. It's just very shallow, very prejudiced, very telling of what a person really thinks of others, frankly.
It is in many states.
Betty, you want to comment?
Well, I think that the right of sexual privacy and the right of choice, this is a basic American right. And homosexuality is not a crime. I mean, and
having principles, but
it's against the law in many states. But however, that isn't what we're discussing. ERA won't affect what they do behind a closed door, but it will affect their public rights. And I do not think that perverts should have the rights that belong to husbands and wives.
You feel that homosexuals are perverts? The American Psychiatric Association said no.
And there it is. So it's actually, she's saying that, and I was correct. She actually, I know that because I've actually rewatched this stuff. No, she's saying that homosexuality is perverse. She is actually comparing it to a crime. She's not being hyperbolic, as if you're giving her way too much credit. I'm telling you, Schlafly is there's a lot more. Schlafly says some real messed up stuff in her career. And yes, normally principled comparatives would make sense if you're carrying them through, but if you're also talking about where they become degraded into depravity or dislike of others, xenophobia, bigotry, prejudice, inaction. And mind you, she wanted to put these things into policy and keep them in policy. Like Daughters of the Confederacy and such. Her context to history and the attempt to regress equal rights, much less civil rights, and well, the gay vote, the gay marriage, she fought it all up to her dying day.
Public rights, and I do not think that perverts should have the rights that belong to husbands and wives.
You feel that homosexuals are perverted?
Oh yeah, and that's actually, that's in law. That's in canon in the U.S. That's been dealt with, and yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, exactly. No, and then that's definitely part of the thing of the individuality and freedom of speech and separation of church and state. Otherwise, we couldn't do that. But the issue becomes when you use that personal lack of separation of church and state in a veiled manner and use it as agenda and try to put it into policy, which is what people like Schlafly have done while waving an American flag. It is the highest form of untrustworthy behavior in the American system, because these are the same people that would take your American flag and wave it in front of your face and be dropping the N-bomb at you while they scream, "The American way is screaming N-bomb! That's freedom!" Yes, it is, but it's also oppressive to other people's sense of fucking living, and that you aren't hate-filled and all sorts of shit. So there's a balance. There's a balance. Yeah, I do agree with a portion of this, but we have to keep into consideration what it is that she's actually saying, what she's trying to put into practice. Totally different, man. Totally different. And that's important to take into consideration. It's like, yeah, I mean, they want separation, and, these people tend to keep to themselves. I mean, what could that lead to just because we're putting them in a little housing area? Yeah, exactly. As long as you have the option of civil marriage, and this is the thing, is having the options are out there. And the reason don't forget, this is 1976. So in terms of our perspective and knowledge on things, it is antiquated. But it is important to remember that they had this idea, and there's still this idea prevailing. Like, this still exists, even though we're in 1976. 50 years ago. I kept saying 40. That's the 80s. No, it's 50 years ago. We should be way, way further from all of these ideas, like way moved along. No, we're just fucking repeating them. We're literally having the same conversations about things that are settled.
The American Psychiatric Association said no.
Well, that's their opinion. I have my opinion.
Yes, but I think that...
And once again, great example of like a lot of mirroring. Well, the psychological community has their opinion. What, are you a psychologist? I have my opinion. Okay. Okay. And I love how she goes and turns her head. Because at that point, I can't argue with you. Okay.
Constitution of the United States, whether you like somebody or don't like somebody, applies, and
there it is.
They have the right to the protection.
But
not everybody has to have blonde hair and blue eyes.
And wives.
And look, as far as I've been told by lawyers, the homosexual marriage is not something that stems from the Equal Rights Amendment. That's a discrimination on the basis of sex. And by in
right,
this
that's
instance,
exactly what it is.
In this instance, sex doesn't mean what you do in bed at night. It means whether you are the female sex or the male sex. Homosexuality can be male or female. There's nothing.
Betty, excuse me for interrupting. Betty Friedan, Phyllis SHLAFLY, we want to thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we've run out of time. I'd like to invite you to come back. We have until 1979 to discuss this matter.
Yeah. It's in 1976. Appeal to authority is the first sophism on the list of fallacies indeed. Yeah. This can be. That can be. In our nation, though, it's the appeal to the will. It's the appeal to the ideological strengths or weaknesses. It's the appeal to the personal beliefs and weaknesses and strengths. It's the appeal to the emotional value. It's the appeal to the in-group or clique. It's the appeal to the religious sensibility. It's the appeal to many things, especially in all places, not just in our country. And that appeal to authority, yes. So I'm gonna basically, yes, consensus in a state is actually, and that's part of what the great experiment really is, trying to find that great movement towards a consensus of state. And it tends to be, at least in our day and age, right now, online particularly, specifically online, and sometimes it does bleed out into real life. Well, we have to. We live in a truly democratic society, or it's an attempt to have that. And when it is usurped or co-opted, we see it and feel it immediately, whereas we don't feel our taxes. Totally different conversation. Don't want to mix the two, but yeah. We do feel the vote and which way the vote goes. And it's why we protect it so hardly. We do have a different kind of society. We do have a different kind of way of living. And, you know, we're larger, or as large as the entirety of Western Europe. Consider each state the size of a lot of countries. Not Canada. Totally different. And you can see the difference in the background and the way of being and the influence of the French in Canada, in Western Europe, in general lifestyle and attitudes, and law, and all sorts of other things. Influence. And the way they're just like, America. You know? We are the bastard, crazy uncle downstairs, truly. But I'm going to leave you right now with just a reminder from, well, the voice that pushed the movement, where we started. The reminder of what, to me, is what is important.
If you are not a feminist, male or female, you are looking at the world with one eye open. You need to open both eyes and see the whole world to solve almost any problem. As a child, I just assumed that you could do anything. I didn't have brothers. I had an older sister. It didn't occur to me that there was a profound difference until I was 12 or 13, because that's the time at which the feminine roles started.
Oh, thank you, Blur. I appreciate that.
Like the Iron Maiden.
I thought there was something kind of missing in perspective that people forget.
Get married,
these conversations have been
take
had.
Your husband's name,
like
assume his identity.
repeatedly.
So I assumed
and there were
that
great
I
examples
would have to
of
marry the man
how
I
they
wanted
can
to
be
become.
had.
There was not
and it's
really
more about
a
the
choice,
behavior
and it was the
and some
beginning
language
of the women's movement
and the
that
grace
made me realize,
in all
wait
of
a minute,
these
we do
comparatives,
have a choice.
Or the lack thereof in some. Yes, the truth will set you free, but
For
first
me,
it's going to fucking piss you off.
The biggest aha moment was going to cover a alternate abortion hearing here in New York City for New York Magazine.
She was a reporter for New York Magazine, by the way.
I heard women standing up in public talking about something that only happened to women, that was life-threatening, that subjected you to sexual harassment. That was the light bulb, you know.
That only men at the time had a say over, by the way.
Why is it criminal? Watching the abortion hearing, I had this feeling of sudden unity. You know, something you think that has been only your experience and maybe your fault, you suddenly realize is incredibly widespread. It is a result of unequal power. It's a result of politics. It's unjust.
Unjust, and that is a key word.
The reaction from mainstream culture to the women's movement in the beginning was mainly amusement. That was the good part. Ridicule was the bad part. The first struggle was really to be taken seriously. Actually, when we started to get serious opposition, I thought we were getting somewhere.
And don't forget, this is pre-sexual revolution, by the way.
We were not just, you're so cute when you're mad. The women's movement, the civil rights movement,
it went hand in hand.
Movement, all the great social justice movements have begun to remove labels from people and allow us to be the unique human beings we really are.
Much to learn as
I
there
hope
is to
that
teach.
young women feel supported in expressing their talents and understanding that they have the right to have choices. I don't want to make young women feel there are no obstacles. That's a lie. There are obstacles.
Absolutely. To all of us.
It's not so good when we say to kids, you can be anything you want, because it's not true. Much better to say you should be able to become anything you want, and overcoming these obstacles is going to be so satisfying and so much fun, and you're going to have so much company.
I wish I could find a better set of video of Chisholm.
I really want to spend most of my time talking about the future because that's what interests me. I live in the future. A reporter said to me the other day, "What are you most proud of?" I said, "I haven't done it yet." He said, "In this life?" Another big thing we need to do for the future is to link the movements. We somehow still see, we think somehow that the gay and lesbian movement is, even though it mysteriously came along at the same time as the women's movement, even though we were supposed to be stopped by being called lesbians, and somehow it's a different movement. Or somehow the environmental movement is a different movement, or somehow the civil rights movement is well, the truth is that they are all deeply, deeply linked.
All of them.
And once we see that linkage,
in our nation,
we become each other's allies, and we become much more effective. In fact, if you look around the world at the countries that have the least democracy in public life, they are the ones that have the least democracy between males and females in so-called private life. You cannot have a democracy without democratic families. You can't have a democracy without the female half of the country. And that's because our educational and intellectual life is divided in this gendered way.
And that is where we leave it today, my friends. And what we learned? Well, let me jump into the corner and talk about it real quickly. Just go over it all. Boom. And oh, did I not have the subscribe card on this? Oh, yeah, I do. And don't forget, if you haven't already, make sure to smash the button right here, like that. And if you wouldn't mind, give it a thumbs up if you're on your way in or out. And thank you for that. I appreciate you. It gets me out in the algorithm so more people will watch and headbutt the subscribe. Headbutt. Blah. And the thumbs are actually small now. They're tiny. Ooh, damn! I'm just like straight up like. That's what happens when you're doing woodworking outside. By the way, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Anyhow, what did we learn? Well, we learned that communication skills are not everybody's strong suit. We learned that there's definitely a lot of conversation that's similar going on, and it seems to mirror the debates and the positions that we hear all the time in the VCs and on the debate bro programs, much less what's being concerning to some groups of the public, not all, but some. And I would say that when we forget our history, personally, that may be what happens, is that folks start to regurgitate the same issues, focuses, and arguments. And we should be wary of that. So what else did we learn? Well, I saw Blur. I saw, who else did I saw? Smurfity Smurf. I saw Lita Caprone. I saw, who else? I saw Emily. I saw, who else did I see? I saw people in here. I saw, hold on. Oh, that's new. Second Emily, not Ahmad? How did that happen? I know. Oh, Abba was here, and had some, yeah, actually, and some lurkers. I appreciate you, lurkers. Hey, lurkers, what's happening? Hold on a second. Let me give the lurkers some love. How's it going, lurker? Hope you're having a good day. What else we learned? Well, we learned that feminism is associated to many, many different things when it comes to rights and civil rights and the movements that are connected, trans rights, gay rights. These are things that happened because of equal rights and the language in that law, that amendment, which is very simple, and it still stands, well, till right now. So we shouldn't take it for granted, because a lot of people seem to forget that these pieces of language in the law, specifically in the US, well, that it exists already. It's not arguable. It's canon. Maybe if you're elsewhere, okay, but we should probably start defining those differences first. What else did we learn? Well, we learned that there was a lot more graciousness given to the differential in ideology and definitions. That there's no argument about definitions, because everybody just generally gets what each other's saying, and nobody's being cynical. And there's definitely very little fight over the person, but rather it's all a focus on the topic. And that is something we can all learn from, personally. So at the end of the day, my friends, let me knock Shaw back down. Where am I? There I am. Let me get back there. Hey, knock Shaw? Oh, there we are. It's a medium knock Shaw. So, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, all we can do is be aware of these things and gain some perspective and try to take something out of it for ourselves. I try not to be too presumptive to try to say that I'm going to make a major change in the world, or that these are going to have some huge splash and everybody's going to change their minds. No, the only thing I can do is offer this example of the good and the bad behavior. You decide for yourself which is which. I've already told you what my biases are. It's my platform, so of course. But I can only express this to you. I can't tell you what to believe. I can't tell you who's right in the end, because we're all going to be fallible. I can only tell you that positivity and the best kind thoughts towards others is going to give you more leeway, more sugar, more bees to the honey, or vice versa. Never sure about that one, by the way. Than not. And that's why each one of us should stand a testament to our own beliefs. This is true, and faiths. Stand by them. Don't waver, so long as you know them to be true, and then allow yourself to grow. This is what I do. This is what I hope you do for yourself, because it creates a mental health that makes a happiness, a pursuit of happiness, the ability to find that pursuit, even, and to work together to recognize that these things. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Blur, and thank you very much, Smurfity Smurf. I appreciate that. These things are important, both in our own, lives, so that we can have, lives, accentuate the V there, so that we can have, a healthy ideology, a healthy mindset, a healthy experience, and to see others like ourselves as kind, giving them the benefit of the doubt, giving ourselves the benefit of the doubt, and giving ourselves altogether the ability to have our futures be anything we want them to be, and not have it be just what some want it to be. Because at the end of the day, We can only pass the seed on one at a time, like the flower. Passes the pollen to the bees, who then pass it on through the breeze, one at a time. My friends, I'm aronmsound. I'm so glad you could be here for this. And I'm so proud to share this information with you in the sense that history, knowing history, seeing the comparatives, taking it in, and sharing it, that's what's important. Again, at the end of the day, there's only one thing we can do. One thing I can say. That if you see those around you, maybe missing the point, maybe missing the love, maybe not really seeing the bar coming towards their head, because they're too busy looking at their phone or talking about what they don't know, then I assure you there's nothing more important that any one of us could possibly do than to turn around and recognize that we love and care about our fellow humans and say, at least once, for the sake of fucking safety, people, come on. Say it with me now. You know, there's only one thing to say. Look at... Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you got something out of it. I hope it made you feel something or it made you think something. Either way, you folks are awesome. Your support means the world to me. I hope you have a fantastic evening, and I hope you get a chance to look up. Yeah, is that what you think of it? Oh, damn, really? It was like that?